Hey, Tommy. How's this for sound? Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. I ran out and got a real good mic. Hopefully it did the trick. So hit me back. I'm going to go back on mute and get some work done. Good morning, Tommy. Try it again. Here's my test. Test, test, test. All right. Good morning, my free folk. This is a brand new mic, so hopefully everybody could hear me well, and I sound good. If I can get some yeses or y's on the chat, I'll know that you could hear me and it's all clear. Good morning, Miss Kerry. Good morning, Tommy. We actually did a sound check, Tommy and I, this morning, and he said I was pretty good, so I'm going to go with that. And the funny thing is, I was just on the phone a minute ago, but I kept talking into the mic while I was on the phone. Go figure that. It's becoming a very strange life. So we got about a minute. We'll kick this off. Our post-Fed. Yeah, I'm getting the yeses. All right, very good. All right, I see a whole bunch of people in here too. So if you're new to the channel, subscribe, hit the bell so you know when I'm doing something, and hit the like and participate in our chat. All of that helps the channel. It goes a long way for us, and we appreciate it. And feel free to ask questions. There is no such thing as a bad question. So if I'm speaking over your head, because I am in industry and I'm accustomed to speaking the industry. Good afternoon, Finn. It's already afternoon there. Tell me what the market did. This way we have a little insight into the future. Feel free. No such thing as a bad question. I'll break anything down, whether it's the vernacular or a trading theory or tactic. So anyway, the first thing we like to do is get started and take a look at the news so we see what's going to affect the market today. And really, there's nothing going on. We had jobless claims come in. The forecast was 383 with 395. So a little higher than expected. Initial claims came in quite a bit higher than expected. That's interesting, right? Because, well, we wonder how it affects the economy, and we're afraid that people are out of work or making new claims. And yet we're worried about inflation, and that's on the forefront of everybody's mind. And if people are making claims, then, it's going to kind of hamper our inflation fears. So it's a double-edged sword. It's really hard to figure how this is going to affect the market, although we can look and we see the futures are down 13 off the lows. That's very interesting. And an interesting thing is, too, that I'm finding, hey, good morning, producer. I'm finding that some companies are starting to lay off because they're starting to feel the burn of the pandemic now. And they just can't hang on anymore. And I'm finding some people are losing their jobs around New York because of that. And yet, I think all the New York workers are going back to work now. So, very interesting time. Jobless claims. Continuing claims are higher than anticipated, too. I've got to feel that that's going to have a positive effect on the market, because I think that the biggest pressure on the market right now is just the economy heating up. And I think that this data is kind of telling us that we might be overestimating our heat up. And that would be encouraging. Yellen's speaking. I can't even listen to her. She's so boring. She's probably going to talk a little bit about inflation. Man, I miss that, the old dude, the old secretary, Treasury Secretary, Mnuchin. I thought he was great. You could just bank on that guy being effective. He was so pro-economy, pro-business. Looked like you'd want to beat him up, though. And then we'll just take a quick look at CNBC. And what's on the front page, and everybody's still hemming and hawing over the Fed from yesterday. Moves up the timeline for interest rates hikes, which they're talking about 2023, right? So nobody's really making a move for 2023. And then really just nonsense on the front page. So hopefully it's a quiet day. The character of the market has been that we open down and then move up and leave a nice bottoming tail, and hopefully that's what's going to transpire today. But we shall see. So let's take a look and get our bias. We'll get rid of this little chart. And let me pick up a daily. There's a daily. All right, so maybe we have a good stream. We have good sound. My charts are flowing. YouTube David. That's what you call me, YouTube Dave. So anyway, we see how we ended. It's like kind of a hammer, but I'm not too impressed with it. And based on what the futures are doing, and I think the futures are 1-to-1 right now because we're quite a ways into the month. Actually, you know what? Let me check what the conversion on the futures are. This way we get a better number. I'm just doing a little homework. Or I guess it's schoolwork since school's in. Yeah, 1-to-1's close enough. Actually, implied open is down. I think if my math is right, it's down 14. So if we're down 14, I just don't like it. We're talking about 9. So we're going to open up right around where my crosshair is. I think we're going to end up eating up that tail. We'll see. I'll bet that our resistance stays the same, that we bounced off of our support. I'm sorry, stays the same where we bounced off this low here. But the momentum looks like it's turning around. I think we might have to have a bearish bias today based on what I'm looking at. Yeah, look at that hourly chart. Yeah, we're going to have to open the day with a bearish bias, and hopefully things turn around. I mean, there's money to be made on the bear side. I mean, we just go long puts and play the breaks of support. And the interesting thing is the downside usually drops like a rock. So, we should get in the money pretty quick and, be in and out of our trades pretty fast if we find something to take today. There's nothing really to inhibit me. Yellen's out there, and that might make the market a little weird. All right. Hopefully everybody could hear me clearly. I actually tested it on the recording too because I know that my end of the day reports, the people were commenting that the sound was a little rough. So hopefully this did it. I was up bright and early, and you know what? I got up, and there's 2 or 3 diners on the way to the hub where all the shopping is, and everything was closed. Man, everything was closed. Like. And I ran actually over to Walmart, which is the only resource really around here. And I figured I'd grab some breakfast. By the time I'm done with breakfast, Walmart would be open. Nobody's open. Like, if you owned a restaurant, wouldn't you open up before everybody goes to work? And then they can come in, get their coffee, have some eggs. I mean, isn't that good business? Everybody's going to open their diners when everybody else is at work. I just don't understand. Or maybe it's my greed. But that's country life. They're not that aggressive. I remember when I first started dealing with people around here just to get things done. I mean, in New York, there's so much competition. You had a job to do. You had 10 people at your door, and everybody's dying to do the job. And there's a real level of professionalism. Up in the mountains, everybody's like, "Yeah, I'll get there," and the work is good enough. So these are my ramblings. These are the things you think about when you're alone for a long time. Music's a little loud in my ear. Oh, you know what? Let's take a look at some of those meme stocks in case some people have an interest there before the open of the day. Meme stocks. You know what? I don't want to mess with this chart, so let's just leave that bad boy there. And we'll just grab one from the outside. And nobody's chatting over there. Nobody has a topic of interest for me? Anything we want to complain about? Yeah, I'm not too crazy about Black Berry right now. It looks kind of weak. And you know what? It's probably even better to just look at the 60 minutes. Dink. Yeah, that momentum is weak. And usually when you see this, it looks like it's rounding up. Could be a cup and handle pattern. We'll have to see when it opens. But I just feel like this is feeling kind of heavy. Going to end up closing that. Might be closing that gap. I mean, it's an obvious downtrend, right? Here's a high. Here's a low. Here's a lower high. Here's a lower low. Lower high. And that's kind of a consolidation. Or you could just say that this is the lower low. And let's see, Mr. CLOV. CLOV. Look how fast these charts are going. This is bearish also, but it's not as aggressive. And it looks like it did half the gap fill. I don't know. I just think all the information the chart is giving me is corrupt due to the fact that yesterday was Fed Day. So I'm just not believing what I'm seeing. It just doesn't feel right. I just think I'll be more comfortable midday today taking a look at things and understanding where they're going. There'll be a trade without the bias in it. This is making an obvious bear pattern, depending on if this is a high or not, where my crosshair is. If this last bar is a high. But it could turn around here. It just doesn't feel as negative. And if you look at the 60-minute chart, I mean, it's still, this is a higher low. It just doesn't feel as negative. It looks like the party is in AMC as opposed to the other two meme stocks. So these guys might have a chance to push this thing up, but they have to break that 72, that high, to really start scaring the bears. But I'll bet some people will start sweating at 68.73 and then up here. And when I say scaring the bears, it's just really making them say, hey, you know what? Let's close this thing up and we'll fade it on the run and short it at the high. I know everybody likes to think that they're hurting hedge funds and blowing people up, but again, this is what they do for a living. So this is kind of all anticipated. And those that weren't ready for it kind of deserve to get knocked out of the industry anyway, because that's your job to anticipate these things. And this is the Bitcoin futures. Here's the gapped up this at the open. Yesterday's close was at 4, and then it started trading again at 10:30 in the evening. Is that? Oh no, that's June 4th. So it started trading at 9:30. Unless I don't have the settings right. No, I don't have the settings right. Let's just go for default. 24/7 dink. There we go. There we go. So you could trade even Bitcoin. And again, these are futures, so I don't know what the margin requirement is on the Bitcoin future. But I think they have a Bitcoin mini too if you wanted to trade it. But you can see a nice consolidation pattern here. You could probably set up a trend. I would take this. This is where it starts. You could set up a trend right there, and you could break that, play that break of the trend, and 660. looks like a $600 drop, 600-point drop, just on that break. That's interesting. You probably wouldn't have made that whole thing, because this bar right here, if you played it, you would have, by the time you're down here, you would have moved to a break even, so that would have whacked you out. But you probably would have picked up quite a few shekels. See, that's what I'm saying. So all of the price action entries that I'm demonstrating to you guys works in any market, but you need to take your time to understand the characteristics of the market. This may be very characteristic of how Bitcoin trades, where it does the snapback and then might trade down aggressively, but you can count on that last kiss. So and if you understand that personality, you'll make your money on this down, and then you'll set another entry on the last kiss, and then double up your money right here. That's why I've said before that if you're going to jump from market to market, paper trade that market first until you learn the characteristics of it. And that's why I don't chase everything that has momentum. I choose the markets that I know and I like. And this is industry-wide. I mean, this is how it's done. You don't go to a hedge fund and everybody's jumping all over the place trading everything. People become specialists in certain markets, and that's what they trade, and that's what they manage at the desk. But if you do see vehicles with good opportunity that you'll stick with, then paper trade it and learn the personality, learn the characteristic, and take crazy advantage of it. Actually, I think I'm going to start watching this. I kind of like that movement. So I'll probably be talking about it, and then if I decide to trade it, I'll clue all my free folk in. And maybe we find another opportunity of making money. Bitcoin. All right. I've got to work that out. I've got to stop singing into the mic. All right. So, hey, if you're new to the site, thanks for joining us. And hit the subscribe and hit the bell and hit the like. And all the comments and conversation that you add helps the channel, goes a long way, and I really appreciate it. Someone posted on another channel that they mortgaged their house to buy more AMC. Oh, man, that breaks my heart. That breaks my heart. Yeah. I mean, I hope it works out for them. But I'll tell you what, all my years in the industry, I've heard from the retail side of my firm, I heard horror stories, and we always advocated responsible trading and investing, but people would mislead their brokers and get way too into the market. And then there are times I remember guys going into compliance, after having conversations with their clients and telling the compliance officers, say, look, something isn't adding up. This guy's telling me he's worth this, but he's feeling a little uncomfortable when I'm talking about these numbers, and we got to look into this guy. And I've seen some brokers save some people from destroying themselves, but I've seen people destroy themselves all the time, lots of times. Yesterday I bought some $8 puts. 716 for CLNE. To me, the chart is bearish. John M. So would you like me to look at CLNE? And when you say the chart, give me a time frame that you're trading off of, so that because I could be bullish for the day and bearish on the 60s. So it always helps if you want me to look at something that you give me a time frame to look at. CLNE. You bought $8 puts. And I don't really like going overnight on options because you're fighting time. You're still getting some decay. So if I'm looking at the dailies, I mean, this momentum is turning bullish. It was a bear trend, and here is a higher low. A lower high, and here's a lower low, and here's a lower high, and here's a lower low. and here's a lower high, and this you could argue is a higher low, and this is a higher high, and depending on where it opens today, this may very well be a higher low. So it looks like it might be rolling on the daily into a into a bullish trend. I don't know what the story is behind it, and this is very erratic trading right here. But I mean, just from a look, at the very least, it looks like it's entering consolidation. I mean, this downtrend has stopped, and it looks like it's going into, it's either in consolidation or about to turn around. But based on the momentum's getting stronger, and that's on the daily. And this is my Keltner channel. I mean, it's above the Keltner channel. It's even just testing the high of the Keltner channel and making a hammer. So you could make a good bullish argument on this, my friend. And on the 60-minute chart, to give us some insight into that, the 60-minute chart's kind of neutral. It's flattening out a little bit, but it's still getting a slight upward trend. I wouldn't be so convinced that it went bullish until it kind of breaks that area of the Mac Daddy. So, and then, you know, obviously in the Keltner channel, it's in the lower portion. So I mean, on the 60-minute, you could make a bearish argument. So if the 60-minute remains bearish, then that's what you need to roll the day chart to a bearish position. But not the case, and it may trade off to make a higher low, and then continue a march upward. So, what's up, Mr. Jelio? Not even going to mention GME in your description for a Reddit influence short squeeze. Just confirms you have no idea. Well, my friend, I am full of ideas. I think you might be reading into too much, that I overlooked the acronym. I was on the 60-minute. Thank you. Still learning. Nope, you're cool. You're cool. Did my breakdown of how I was looking at the 60-minute, was that clear to you? Or do you want me to elaborate further? Or? Mr. John, Mr. John, Mr. John. All right, so that's CLNE. Yes, very clear. All right, cool. I appreciate it. I appreciate the feedback also. So what was your motivation? Just you were playing a bullish play, or is it a meme stock, like what this savvy Mr. Jelio would get involved with? Or is it something you came across? You have some insight into the company, and that's why you feel it's going down? Look, I'm still checking out Mr. That's got to be our first hater. That's cool. That means the site must be blowing up once the haters start running in. I'm just trying to see if you're going to share your motivation behind CLNE, John. I'm just curious how you came across the stock. There you. Oh no, that's producer. Check out CVAC. It was down 45% in after hour because of bad COVID test results. Do you think it's a good stock to watch? Well, if I check it out, Mr. Producer 717, I'm checking it out on a technical. I mean, the fact that bad COVID tests, and I don't understand what you mean by bad COVID tests. Like, these guys do COVID tests and their product is no good, or there's a lot of positives in the economy, and this stock is going to be affected by perhaps another shutdown fear in the economy. But we could take a look at it on a technical. What's the acronym on that? CVAC. CVAC. Yeah, well, the stock is down, no doubt. And the daily is bearish. I don't know what the company is. See if I know it off the top of my head. No, it's not even telling me what it is. And if we look at a 60 on it, wait, what time is it? Oh, we got 6 minutes till the market opens. Wow, look at that. that's a move, man. That is a move. Yo, that baby got sliced. Oh, that's obviously a bad product. That's why that baby got sliced. I mean, this is like a 50% knock. Thought it was a pump and dump. Well, yeah, that's funny, pump and dump. That's from back in my day, man, when that was really hot. But yeah, it's probably promoters. And you know what, John? You don't take tips. I mean, tips never work. This is a probability of mathematics. That's what the profession is. Even the meme stocks are, shots in the dark. That's not how a professional trades. That's not how you make consistent money. It's just a probability of mathematics. And you take high probability trades. And that's what I'm going to show you over here while you're hanging out with us. But I understand your theory. Like, you see the pump and dump, you see a lot of guys get into it and try to push these things up, and you play a put, and it's pretty viable. Just limit yourself on it. Don't look to make a home run. Don't put bet the ranch on it. Take a little piece and have fun with it. But if you want to make money as a trader, you need to learn how to trade consistently, and just watch that equity curve consistently climb. And I don't know any professional trader who has ever gone out and looked for that home run. They look for the consistency. But being in the market, working the consistency, once in a while you wake up to a home run. And that's where the home runs come from. So I know lots of traders who could talk about a home run, but nobody's ever looked for it. They look for that professionalism, executing that excellent trade, good disciplines and good self-control, and good risk management. And slowly and surely you make money. So I've said it 100 times that people overestimate how much money they should make in a year and underestimate how much money they will make in 5 years. All right, we'll look for you, Tommy. Thanks for all your input. They are coming out with a vaccine, and a child didn't do so good. Oh, that's unfortunate. I guess maybe in the human clinical trials. I would have to really dig into it to understand what goes on, and do that. I got involved with quite a few companies, taking them public and dealing with their human clinical trials. I've got some beating stories I could tell you about biotechs that I'm sure we'll get into when we get sleepy. But yeah, that's quite a hammering right there. That's quite a hammering on that stock. So, 2 minutes to party time. Let's get everything in order here. I believe this was my day chart. Okay, we're only down 850. That's cool. I think the lowest I've seen today in the futures was down 16. So there's really obviously no bloodletting going on. So let's see what the markets do for us, man. I'm looking for opportunity. We had a couple of good trades yesterday, and that was all sorts of fun. What on earth do I have going on here? All right, I'm going to leave some of those opening ranges up because they'll probably pose good support and resistance. Looks like that fib retrace. What am I doing right here? Okay, so I got the fib retrace right in here. And, oh, we're looking at an extended period now. Let's get the right trading period on. Regular trading hours. Think, oh, and we're on 30-minute. For shame, Dave. For shame. Making a bunch of newbie mistakes over here. All right, so we should open up down 8 or 9. Didn't mean to say child, meant to say trial. Oh, I'm talking on voice to text because I'm driving. Oh, that's good to hear that you're driving and you're texting. You're one of those guys, huh? Running down old women. So yeah, okay. Human clinical trial didn't go well. Yeah, that's common. But you have to look at the reports after peer review. So it could be a buying opportunity. But party's on. And we retraced from that move up yesterday 50%, and that's what we're bouncing off of right now. So we'll shorten the screen so we can see that. But let's reduce the screen so we see what's happening elsewhere. And everything opened up the same way. Tesla and Amazon kind of opened up down. The composite opened up down about 35 points. No big deal. No big deal. No bloodletting. The Russell is trading off a little bit. Who was trading the Russell yesterday? Oh, it was Dieter, Mr. Dieter. He was hitting the Russell pretty hard yesterday, doing all right too. Amazon's closing up that gap. Tesla's closing up the gap. Actually, did close up the gap, and the S&P closed up the gap. That's it. We got a gap close. Go positive, baby. Go positive. We're only down 62 cents in the S&P. That's cool. Things are turning around. See, that's very, I mean, it's early. I guess I'm getting a little too excited a little too soon. But let's see where that goes. But if you just joined us or you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe, hit the bell, hit the like, and hit me up with some questions. Let me know what I could do to help you out as a trader. That's what we're about here. We're not looking for the hype. And we're not looking for the once-in-a-lifetime event. We are trying to learn to be consistent, profitable traders and build a career trading. And when I say we, I mean you, because I've been doing this 20 years. I got some really good blues playing in my ear. Anybody know Tab Bennett? I'm listening to Little Girl Blues. I would share it with you, but YouTube frowns on that. How's my sound, man? I got my brand new mic. I feel like I'm Howard Stern over here. Maybe I hire a free folk to be Robin, if anybody's familiar with the Howard Stern. Look, you could argue somewhat of a head and shoulders on this chart, and break right here would be a move to the upside. I don't know if I'm ready to take it yet, though. But it just broke right here on the SP. And you could go long 42.25s. But like I said, I don't think I'm ready to take it. It's just, the market's just a little too young at this moment. I would like to see, let's see, what does that 5-minute chart look like? 5 minutes is just showing the open and the close to the gap. But she is somewhat positive. I mean, really, a conservative entry and a move up would be at 42.38.87 if this move is going to continue. And that would be the close, actually, of yesterday. And then, really, we're just moving up into yesterday's bar. So that's just a lot of congestion. You know, here's the daily bar. So, yeah, you know, we're just trading inside of yesterday's bar. And this whole move up is just congestion. So you just fight your whole way, and it's just hard trading inside of this bar. I mean, if it breaks to the high or the low, either way, there might be some money. So I think I might just wait to see what the opening range is, and maybe that'll be wide enough that we could take a few trades inside the opening range. Oh, look at that 5-minute bar. Talk about engulfing, eh? Everybody see that bar right there? That's a true, well, not yet, actually. What do we have, 14 seconds? Go ahead, push up, man. It's got to break this high to be a good engulfing bar. 8 seconds. Oh, there you go, baby. Now you could comfortably call that 26.93. You can comfortably call that an engulfing bar. Can you? Yep, I mean, by 4 cents. And there she goes. She's moving positive. So that entry, if we did take that bad boy, which we would have taken it at 24.91, we'd be in the money, $2. What a shame. But I wasn't comfortable, and that's how you trade. So just remember, there's always another trade around the corner. Don't force the issue. Don't be afraid of missing a runner. I mean, it was an odd-looking head and shoulders pattern. I would have been happier if I got a good double bottom. I probably would have taken it on the double bottom. Having that single bottom, as I told you 100 times, I really just don't take the single bottom trades. Amazon's pushing up and has gone positive. Oh, man. I feel as though we are going to get an indication that the street loves the market. The invincible market. Very interesting. A lot of young traders are going to get hurt one day because the market is not going to be this resilient. And most guys I know who trade nowadays have never been in a bear market. You know, the last one was in 08. So you're talking 13 years. A lot of guys, that's like a guy's career, 13 years of a bull market. Go figure. Back in my day, man, there was like recession after recession. .com bubbles and Y2K issues and all sorts of stuff. So if you just logged on with us, do me a favor and hit the like, man. It gets it does a lot for the channel. Hope I could help you. You're at Off-Grid Trading, and I'm an old-time trader who left the industry, adopted a sustainable lifestyle, and I'm making money from the woods or sometimes off the back of a sailboat. And I'm going to teach all my people how to do that, and we're going to build a nation of free folk that live clean, breathe fresh air, are nice and relaxed because they're not a part of the rat race. So on this move up right here that we did not get involved in, you could see a nice little flag right here, and then another push up. Right here's a run up. Actually, you would consider this a flag where my cross is cursing, circling. A straight move up, straight move up. Good, nice, strong, healthy bars. Let's make this a little bigger so you can see it. And that's what you want looking for. This shows momentum and strength, a commitment to moving it up, and then a nice little retrace. And the entry would be right here. And look at that baby just move, just crawl, crawl, crawl. So away it goes. And I think we can confidently say that this is the low for this opening range. And I'm going to dare say that, even though we still have 20 minutes left. What's going on with Y2K? Good morning. Good morning, Anthony. Y2K was, that was year 2000. And they theorized that all the computers of the world were not programmed to make the millennial turn. So during 1999, they felt that all the computer programs will reset to year 0000. And it would wipe out everybody's information. So it was like this technological Armageddon. The financial industry was like just crazy over this thing. Yeah, you know, with banks, because they thought like everybody's accounts would get wiped out and nobody would be able. So it affected. I like Y2K, Dave. Okay. After the Robin reference. Okay, I got that. So anyway, they thought the Y2K would wipe out everybody's bank account. And man, they drove me crazy at the firms. I had to come up with all these contingency plans and everything. And I'm like, you guys are just out of your minds, man. I just swept everything over onto hard drive. In the unlikely event that all my computers reset, I still have access to that information because I back it up. But I had to have all these written plans, and oh man, it was just so workaday kind of mentality. It was unbelievable. And then lo and behold, Y2K came and went, and it was a non-event. But so much money was spent on it. It was unbelievable. Yeah, just got a rant from my lover who's complaining about her office, which it's rhetorical. I just had to be an ear. So you like me more after Howard Stern, and Kerry likes me more after Robin, and Anthony likes Y2K. Yep, a blast from the past. Yeah, that's me. I live in the past. Oh, really? You flipped the main breaker at 12 and spooked everybody? I didn't realize you were that old, Ant. I thought you were younger. Unless that was an antic you pulled as a kid. Oh, look at that. Big old trade-off. Didn't even give us a good top. What time is it? 9:42. I don't think that's the high. But let's expand that so we could see what happened here. It was really nowhere. I mean, we reached up into the middle of this little bit of consolidation trade-off. Oh, this is a little disconcerting. You know, this aggressive move to the downside after doing that retrace. I think I'm going to take that. If that breaks the low, I'm going to look to take that. We'll probably see the last kiss and everything. But yeah, if it rejects that much and it breaks the low, and what are we looking at on the day chart? What's it going to do to the day chart? Now, if it breaks that low, Yeah, we could probably pick up about 10 bucks. Well, the low's at 20. Yep, we're probably looking at about 10 bucks. I'm thinking it might try to test this low over here, and if it breaks that low over there, that baby's on the move. So I'm going to load up the 4220s, and I'm using the nearest expiration date. Let me make a move on that before I miss that trade. And I'm using the 618's PM settlement. And I'm looking at the 4220s. And that momentum's pretty strong. The 5 minutes looking rather weak. The 2 minutes looking rather weak. The 1 minute's looking rather weak. Yeah, I think we might have a trade here, ladies and gentlemen. That momentum's rounding out a little bit. And this is the third flag. I'm going to take it and just put a tight stop, probably 1 bar behind if it breaks. So we're not even risking $100 a contract if it makes the move. Looks like it's building a bear flag on the 5 minute. One minute still negative. Still bearish on the momentum. Tested that that open twice. There's the open. There's the break. I'm in. All right. I put my stop at the 2110. Let's see if this bad boy kicks back at us or keeps running. We've got blimey. We've got this fib line. I don't even know where it came from. You know what? Let's get rid of that fib. You know what? We'll reduce this chart. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. So we're risking, because of that tail, I'm risking 2 ticks a contract, $2 a contract. But let's see if we could. Go, baby, go, baby, go. Yeah, you know what? I think I like that. That move, this move right here to here, and we're at 50%. I should have looked a little further into this. All right, hopefully we can get down to this 55, and that's rounding out The 1 minute's rounding out. 2 minutes still bearish. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, S&P? You gonna pop me out? Start off my day ugly? Yeah, it looks like you're gonna. I think I'm gonna close this at a break even if I can get it. Yeah, I'm out. I didn't like how it was behaving. Could have just head faked me too. Hey, Liz. Good morning. You just missed Dave making no money. Boo hiss. Yeah, it looks like it's turning around. I don't know what the S&P wants to do today. We're down $2 on it, which is really non-committal. Dow's down 100, composites up 22. And what are you doing, Russell? Russell's down $3. So really, we're not going anywhere, and we're half hour into the market. And we got to change our low. Look at that. See, I spoke too soon. We got to change our low. Think. Right? No, that's 47. Where's oh no, that was a good low. Okay, there's 934. Oh no, 47. Okay, yeah, we got to change the low. All right, so we're consolidating there. And what did I do to my 5-minute chart? All right, just to rehash that trade that I took, I got out at a break even. It's still a bear flag on the 5. I'll probably enter if it breaks a low again, because, again, that's a bear flag on the 5. 1982 we're looking for. So here's the 5-minute, and you can see, you know, that strong run down. Here's the retrace. So we'll be looking for a bear flag on that. And then we're probably risking about $3 a contract. But so we took that initial break of the low of the day, and it kind of danced around a little bit. That momentum started to turn, and then I noticed too that the 1 minute momentum started to turn. And on the break, I mean, really, it should have run. So it just took a little bit of too much time, and I just decided to walk away from it. I mean, there's no reason to sit there and wait for your stop to get hit. You know, and when you're trading the same patterns in the same market and you understand the behavior, you know at one point it's just not behaving properly. So you know, you could walk away from that trade and you know, reduce your exposure or your chance of having a losing trade. So once it snapped back to my break even, I took that and walked away, which I'm glad I did, because you know, if I held my stop, which was I lost track right here where my crosshair is, I would have been out $2. And then I have to make that back later in addition to you know, making money. So it's a good move. Once it doesn't behave the way you anticipated behaving, then you know, close the trade. If it runs anyway, hey, again, there's always another trade around the corner. And if it doesn't run, or it snaps back and would hit your stop, well, hey, I saved myself $200 a contract. And I didn't take an overly large position because I wasn't that enthusiastic about it. But it still would have been quite a poke in the eye. How do I sound, Miss Liz? I got a new mic. I wanted to make sure you heard me, that I came through loud and clear. So, Miss Kerry, how many chicken eggs do you get a day? And Did you say you had ducks? Do you have ducks also? Oh, we got a whole bunch of people checking us out right now. So if you're new, hit the subscribe and hit the bell so you know when I drop things. Hit the like. Every once in a while, I put a training video out on there. I haven't done it much because we're actually less than 2 weeks old, this channel. So I managed to get one out. And then the rest of the time I was cleaning up my stream and all my technology and trying to make a decent presentation. So I'll start getting more of those out there. Loud and clear, no static. There's something I don't hear from a woman. No static. I'm always all about the static. If you don't know what the channel's about, I'm just showing you regular, consistent setups where you can make money every day, all day. I also do income trades, which we'll get to teaching that, and that's just consistent conservative money so that you don't feel pressured to make money trading, and you can make good choices and good trades. So a nice steady stream of revenue from income trades and spread trades. It's a little technical, so I'm not focusing on that yet, but once I get a whole bunch of people tuned up and I know that they could trade, we could start talking about that. And I'll put some trading videos out there to make it very clear. But as always, if you're new to my trading practice, even if you're an experienced trader and you're taking on a new setup or a new market or a new theory, it's always best to trade it paper first. Our cash is our business. It's precious to us, so we don't compromise that. We don't lay it down on a bet. We lay it down on probabilities. And what I trade normally is the S&P 500, Amazon, Tesla. There's actually a good double bottom in Amazon right here that we missed because I was focused on the S&P and hanging out with the free folk. And apparently I can't really multitask, which is actually a misnomer. If you do a little homework on multitasking, people like to say, I'm good at multitasking. But the reality is that you're multi-distracted, and really you're only working at best 70% of your capacity if you're multi-distracted. And then if you take your mind, oh, look at that. What are we doing? I can't really get a feel for this. That 5 minute is still negative, although choppy. Oh, do I do it? Do I do it? Oh, dude, you should have done it. I didn't do it. See, multi-distracted. Yeah, I don't like the 2 minute though. Oh, I can't get the feel. I think maybe because I'm not focused today. Yeah, that 2 minute looks like it's bouncing. Let's see what that bar does. That could turn into, no, she's pushing right through. The 30 second looks like it's rolling over. Could everybody be just hanging out, waiting for Yellen? Yellen is yelling today. Yeah, she comes out in 3 minutes. All right, I'm actually glad I didn't take the trade. I forgot she was lurking. She, meaning the Secretary Treasury Secretary, is giving a testimony today. And everybody knows I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan of Janet. Janet from another planet. So maybe we'll just chill out and let Janet have her say and see what that does to us. You started a notebook defining things. I don't understand last night. Well, last night, it's kind of the time when the sun goes down and the moon comes up. Most of God's creatures are sleeping. Not much more I could explain about last night. Ants. So loud and clear today. All right, I'm not obnoxiously loud, right? I'm comfortably loud because I can make that adjustment. And I went out and got a new mic, and I figured if you were willing to send me one, that was definitely an indication of how frustrated you must be with it. So I went out and got a mic early this morning, but you missed that story. Hey, good morning, Zach. Thanks for joining us. Looks like Yellen's going to be testifying today before Congress. So I think we might just be looking at a little bit of a boring market. A boring market. Looks like we could be setting up a head and shoulders right here. That got a little aggressive, but nothing's ideal. I don't think I'm going to take it, though, because obviously things are just bouncing around. Look, it did a little head fake right over here. We didn't take that trade. We took this trade over here and then hopped out at a break even. So I'm feeling that Yellen is influencing people's decision to trade right now. Do you trade for a daily income or do you trade for long-term hold? Oh, look, questions firing out. Well, Miss Liz, I actually do all of the above. So I have investments. So you don't trade for a long-term hold. Trading is trading. But I invest long-term. And then, I'm going to break a company down, look at fundamentals. And a lot of it has to do with dividends. And these are my philosophies on long-term investment. Then I like companies that I'm familiar with the products and I, can kick the tires and things like that. I mean, I've even visited companies I've invested, and that was a regular thing when I was in industry. I would do that regularly. Number one, it was a good excuse to get away, and number two, I liked being hands-on. So really, I look at investing just like if I was buying a local business. I'm going to break down that local business and see what it's about, and I want to be in there and see the customers and see the people and know things. And I do that when I invest too. And when I could get next to CEOs and CFOs, that's always cool, because if I like the person, I have a general theory that the fish stinks from the head down. So if I don't like the guy, then I don't like the company. Or even dealing with their service staff and stuff like that. If I don't like the customer service, again, I just think fish stinks from the head down. It's indicative of what is going on in management. So I made a lot of money like that. Shorting companies, Southwest Airlines and AT&T are two big plays that I recall from the 20 some odd years that I've been Forrest Gumping my way through the industry. So wait, hold on one second. I just got to kill the heat. It was like 40 degrees this morning. All right, I'm back. So yeah, I'll do long-term investing. And then, so that I look at as kind of the generational wealth. That's not really what I'll live off of. And that's not, I don't even consider that in my daily life and extravagance. But then I have another tier of investing, which I talk about often, which is a conservative income spread kind of trade. And I do that almost every day. I put those in. And that pretty much covers the nut and a lot of fun money and stuff like that. And I just consider that my disposable income. I mean, it's a big number, so I'm hard pressed to rip right through it every month. But I don't really look at that as building my wealth. yeah, that just keeps the party going. And then I take these day trades, these intraday trades, in options, and that's just my mad money. Like when I do that, that's to buy the toys if I want, or crazy trips or whatever. So that's how I kind of have my life segmented, and my investments broken down. And then most everything I do is really for my lover and my children. I mean, at this point, I've had a pretty full life, so there's not really much I need, except fine friends like you guys. So hopefully that answers your question. So yeah, you should have it all broken down. Like I was saying yesterday, the first thing you want to do is figure out what your total monthly nut is. So let's just say your monthly nut is $3,500. So you want to put 9, 10, 5, 10,500 away. That's 3 pieces of 35, right? My head's not working right now. $10,500. You want to put that away. And what you want to do is ladder that in CDs. And CDs are no big whoop. It's paying you more interest than sitting in the bank. But you'll put the first piece in a 30-day CD, the second piece in a 60-day CD, and the third piece in a 90-day CD. And every time a CD matures, you roll it over into a 90-day CD. And it's just laddering. It's laddering CDs. And then no matter what happens in your life, that you're always 30 days away from covering all your bills. So that's your first move. That should be your first goal as far as setting up your finance, or at least in my opinion, how I look at it. And then you start establishing your investment career and things of that nature. So then your next move would probably be building a little nest egg. And then, once you have that nest egg comfortable, and obviously not achieving your goal, but, I don't know. Oh, you know what? Yellen just started talking. I don't think I'm going to take any of these trades, man. It's going to be whippy. So I'll continue on my pontification. Off the grid. It's off grid. So then you set up your long-term goals for what you're going to put away, and once you are on track for that, then you take the excess cash and you start trying things speculative. But I don't know how successfully you are trading or what level you're at, but I would recommend, until you're perfectly confident in your ability, that you paper trade and just keep socking cash away, sock it away, sock it away, sock it away. If you feel any bit of pressure when you enter a trade, then you're not going to make good decisions. So it needs to be money that you don't worry about when trading. Investing, it's a different animal. But when trading, look at that good bear flag, and it's pushing down. I'm being a sissy, and I'm not taking these trades because I don't like the outside influence of Yellen. And then we've already seen 2 trades snap back. Oh, but that's not the one. What do we move? Yeah, we moved the buck. And it looks like, well, it doesn't have the support of the composite. It looks like the composite's turning around a little bit and heading up. The Russell is trading off. Oh, there's $2 on that trade. All right. Hey, there's another trade around the corner. The momentum is starting to get negative. That's negative. I think this baby's going to get down to about 1630 or so, 1560, and then turn around. That would have been that's a 3-point trade. Right now, Yellen can say the word inflation, and the market's going to go the other way. And then she could say, but transitory, and it'll go the other way. And I don't want to be a part of that. So anyway, that's the gist of it, my friend Liz. And hopefully you're looking at this logically. And everybody likes to think that this is a very exciting, dynamic industry or profession. But really, the act of trading is very boring and simple. and clinical. You know, and that's the personality types of most successful traders. You know, all these yahoos that jump on the chat once in a while and scream about GME and GameStop and stuff. I mean, they really don't have a clue what the industry is about or what sustainable trading is about. Sustainable meaning that you know, you're consistent and you can have make a living out of it. You mentioned that Webull and Robinhood are not good platforms. I was searching my options here in Europe, and I can use either Interactive Broker, First Trade. As a matter of fact, I use Interactive Brokers. A really good platform. The only reason why I don't use them for charting is they don't offer tick data. So some of the data is, I don't even know if they offer seconds. I don't recall when I was looking at it. So that's why I do my charting on NT8. But yeah, Finn, Interactive Brokers is really good. And you can convert currency. So, you know, if you come to the States and you want to take a withdrawal, you can get it out in US dollars. Very good. And you could trade futures, options, Interactive Brokers. I'm a big fan. Yeah, I'm not familiar, Zach, with their charting, so that's an important thing for me. I got to be able to, you know, do the chart. And I mean, when I do execute off of NT8, I could execute right off the chart. So I could run a chart trader and just execute right off the chart, which is pretty handy. You know, if I'm trading futures. Liz, loud and clear. Do you trade and hold? Robinhood, just trying to catch up here. Any of them? Finn. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about Robinhood. I really haven't looked into Robinhood, Finn. But from what I heard, it's just a real newbie kind of platform. Well, Anthony, yeah, the CD, the return's not great on the CD, but that my point was that you're taking 3 months of your overhead and you're socking it away right there, and you're just rolling it over. And the reason you put it in the CD is because you can't touch it. You know, once it's locked in there, you're going to suffer a penalty if you pull it out, and you know that discipline is important. So you leave it alone, but you know that you're never more than 30 days away from covering 1 month's overhead. You know, in the event that you lose your job or something happens, or you know, you blow yourself up in the market and you lost money you shouldn't have lost, and you got to pay your bills. So that's the first thing you got to do is sock that away. Make sure you got 3 months, and 3 months is plenty of time. People will find a job and figure out a plan or what have you. So that's the CD program. Otherwise, yeah, it's not a great investment. You know, it's a ridiculous investment. But again, it's money, accessible money to cover your living expense in the event that you lose your job or you blow up. And what you're doing is building a strong foundation so that you could also focus on your trading career and building it. You know, you don't want to dip into your trading account once you get everything rocking and rolling because you lost your job. You know, when you're trading money, I mean, you're not going to make a living on trading 1, 2, 3. It's going to take a little time. That was a good break, man. That was a good break. There were 5 points in that. So, yeah, you would have picked up 2.5 points on the option. I mean, it's not huge, but it's a better move than what we've been seeing. I just wonder what the tone is going to be, man, what that daily bar is going to look like. You know, right now we're working our way down, and it looks like we're heading for this trend line right here. And then the 193. Oh, I don't have that on the screen. That's funny. Okay, so it looks like we're heading for this little trend line right now. And I think that was off this 60-minute chart. Yeah, that's what that trend line was from. So, yeah, you know, we could arguably say that we're going to retest this trend line right here, and hopefully it holds this low, 402. I would rather Janet from another planet not be speaking, but if it breaks the low of the day, I think everybody knows I love that trade. And the low of the day would be 202.45. So I think I'm just going to chill out and watch it and see if that happens. And you saw the benefits we had yesterday from just chilling out and waiting. We came across some real high quality trades and made a few bucks. Hey, Tommy, you back? Yeah, we put the market on hold while you were away so that you didn't miss anything. Why can't you find Janet live? I don't know, man. I wasn't in charge of that production. I got this little old off-grid production company going on over here. My primary focus. Is CNBC offering a link? Obama survives after Supreme Court. Oh, Obamacare survives after Supreme Court rejects latest Republican challenge. Yeah. Yeah, if you go to CNBC, Anthony, they offer a link that you could go and look. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to focus on it, so I'm going to read about it later. But I do know that her talking will affect my trading, so I'm just chilling. So, yeah, if you go to CNBC, they'll flash at the top of the page a link. Whatever you think is best. There's some sound advice, Zach. Couldn't get Disney Plus. Oh, the humanity. All right, we're just watching the market. Janet Yellen is out there yelling and scaring Dave away. You could see a divergence here. Here's a low. Here's a low on here. Here's another low. And the 30-second is moving up. Made a single bottom, probably going to come down and make another bottom, make a real nice divergence. And then a good entry would be around 42.17. I'm not really interested in that trade, just given what's really going on out there. And again, yep, I'm very conservative. I don't make a lot of trades all day. I make good trades. And hopefully those good trades make me a lot of money. I don't give recommendations, Liz, because I surrendered all my licenses to make financial recommendations to people. I didn't even do it back then because then I'd have to talk to people. Wasn't really what I was into. But I'll tell you what I like for myself, and you could look at them and decide whether they're appropriate for you. And you know, those are the appropriate legal disclaimers right there. But I like ExxonMobil. I mean, it's a phenomenal dividend, and it actually moved up pretty aggressively. A few months ago, I was all over it at a very cheap price, and I've had it for quite some time. But when I see it that cheap, I go after it again. And I think the dividend was over 6%. At the time. But additionally, a lot of environmental advocates were beating the hell out of the board of directors and getting some of this old school mentality off of there, and they're bringing a lot of fresh ideas into ExxonMobil, and it looks like ExxonMobil is gravitating towards cleaner energy, and they're understanding that for them to survive, they can't be an oil company; they have to be an energy company. So it looks like they could be very diverse in that sector, and they have the money to do it. I mean, they could be the last guys in and then dominate the sector because it's just, a wealthy company, and lots of assets. So ExxonMobil, I like them very much. Verizon. Verizon is another one. It doesn't really move as far as capital gains, but you got to figure in 10 years, it's definitely going to be worth more than it is today. And that's the idea of investing. I mean, really, you should just be handing that down to your children and grandchildren. So they pay a nice dividend. I think they're above 5%. So basically, you're going to get 6 to 5% a year just for holding the stock, just for sitting on the stock, and that's just cash deposited in your portfolio. I think it's a beautiful thing. And in 10, 20 years' time, just due to the cost of living, the stock is going to be worth money. And I don't think that we have to worry about Verizon or Exxon disappearing. Anything's possible, but I'd say it's less likely, not very probable that happens. So I'm comfortable for those investments for myself. Dow Chemical is another good one, although they're kind of evil. But barring that, good dividend, good company, good foresight. So those are just a few, but there's a trading philosophy called the dogs of the Dow, and every year you look at the highest dividend-paying stocks, and you invest your long-term holding in those stocks equally, and you just reevaluate that at the end of every year. And if one of them moves out of the high-yield dividend, then you sell that. And the reason it would move out of high-yield dividend is because of capital appreciation. The stock would go up, so obviously the yield against the stock for the dividend would drop. So you would capture that capital gain while making that dividend for the year, and you just keep chasing the highest dividend-paying security every year. So at the end of the year, you just reevaluate your portfolio. It does two things for you. You're paying long-term capital gains, as opposed to short-term, which is cheaper, until Biden has his way. And you're just capturing the high yields. And a lot of times you don't even move a security, so you don't even have to worry about paying a capital gains tax. They may still be the high, everybody went up, and they're still the highest yielding out of the Dow 30. So the homework's done for you because they have to meet a criteria to be listed on the Dow. So financially they have a nice position. They have a nice balance sheet. I'm just watching the stock and talking to you at the same time, watching the market, and you just chase those dividends. So it's called the dogs of the Dow theory. And historically, if you do the tracking since the time of equities, over the long term, it's outperformed every investment vehicle out there, including real estate and any other investment vehicle as far as investment goes. Again, a different animal from trading. So see what happens when you're a workaholic and you get obsessed with what you do. You just have a head full of rhetoric. And all the voices just talking to you at the same time. Buy, sell, buy, sell. Okay, let's catch up. Finn, Anthony, Liz, Loop and Loop. What kind of dividend are you looking for? The kind that pays me. What kind of question is that? Income only and no growth, or income and growth? Oh, I see. What kind of dividend company am I looking for? I'm looking for high yield on strong balance sheets. So I'm not opposed to a company growing. I'm looking at the dividend. So, I mean, if the company has growth and I'm collecting a dividend, then they're paying me to have capital gains. And you understand the difference between dividend and capital gains, right? Dividend, they're paying you cash, and that's kind of an income. And the dividend tax, I think, is like 15% the last I looked. And capital gains is when you buy an asset and then sell an asset. It's the money you made there. Or in business, they consider the income of a business capital gains. So it's a gain on your capital. So if you're going to pay me to hold your company while I'm enjoying capital gains, that's fine for me. No reason why I would knock that out of my repertoire. And then, like, if you look at Verizon, I mean, it doesn't go anywhere. Just kind of stays around there, moves up with the cost of living increase, and pays me to hang on to it. So cool, happy to do it. So where am I? There's what? Hey, Dave, I watched one of your videos last night and wanted to ask what divergences are. All right, good question, Anth. I'm thinking those two lines on the MacDaddy separating by a good amount. That's probably wrong. Yep, you hit it on the head. That's definitely wrong. And I talk about divergence all the time, so pay attention, son. Okay, very simply, right here, you see this move down, and you see the MacDaddy move down, and it makes this low right here. And that lines up with what we could argue is this low right here, right? And then there's another push down here, and it makes an even lower low. But look at the MacDaddy. It's actually moving up, right? This low, that correlates with that low on the price action, is higher, and that's a divergence when the price action is making a new low and the momentum is making a higher low. So that's showing you that this is losing in its energy and it's about to turn around, and it's a good indication that the trend is going to change, right? So and we did this trade yesterday and made a lot of money. So this, you could argue, is a hammer. If you see this divergence with a hammer, an aggressive entry for this is right here at the 214. And I didn't take that because I'm a sissy and Yellen's talking. And what are we talking about? 14, so that's 8 points. That's not bad. We could have picked up 400 a contract on that move. So anyway, that's the aggressive entry, okay? But what we're saying is that the trend is changing. The downtrend is changing. So if it is changing, we can anticipate that it's going to make a higher high. So here's the high right here. So we can anticipate that if the trend's trading, it's going to pop through here. So if you didn't want to take this aggressive entry, and I say aggressive because the probabilities of this trade running at this point is less than the conservative entry. There's a greater probability that this stock's going to keep running if it breaks past this. So if you want to be conservative and you want the market to kind of confirm itself to you, you take this less aggressive entry right here, which still was a very nice trade. You're talking about 7 points at this point. And you would have left you would have left only 2 points on the table. So you got to decide if that's worth it or not to you. Generally, I take the aggressive trade, and it's aggressive in that the probability is not as great as the probability of the entry over here, but the stop is smaller. So I would enter at the 14.31. My stop would go down around the 13. I'm risking a buck, right? But if I took this entry, this setup doesn't fail until it makes a new low. So I'd have the 16 to 13. I'd be risking $300 for the move, but more probable that it's going to work out. But I know I got off topic. That's what a divergence is, where it makes a lower low in price action, but the momentum is trending the other way. And you could see them. I mean, this is just a V bottom on the chart. So there's not even a divergence. And I told you that I normally don't like to trade V bottoms, but that's why I break it down to a 30-second chart, because what's a V bottom on a 1 minute could give me a divergence or a double bottom on the 30-second. So it gives me insight into that 1 minute bar. And that's why we trade multiple charts and execute on a low time frame chart. Let's see. Dow Chemical is evil. Don't they own Monsanto now? Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, they're evil, man. So you got to come to terms with that. Miracle Grow. Yeah, Miracle Grow is a drag. Bayer owns Monsanto. Okay, I guess you got Google up, huh? I'm just asking, some ETFs have high yields, like 12%, but our return on capital, 12%, but are there ETFs that have, well, ETFs have 12% return on capital. So they're claiming that, that's what their performance is. I believe you're saying. Yeah, it could be the case. I'm sure there are guys out there that are doing that. I know Ackerman is pretty good at doing that. And there are ETFs that pay dividend. I'm in TBT, and I think it pays a dividend. That's not why I'm in it, so I don't know off the top of my head. But yeah, some ETFs pay dividends. Some ETFs have good performance. But there are managing fees, too, in the ETFs. So you got to see what, ETFs are like mutual funds. I mean, it's exchange-traded funds, mutual funds. They just keep changing the names, just like credit swaps and CDOs. Awesome. I understand what a divergence is now. All right, cool. So if you liked my rhetoric here, make sure everybody hits the like and hits the subscribe and hit the bell so you know when things are dropping on the internet. And spread the word, man. Spread the word. I could use the help. Actually, we're doing phenomenal. I think we're close to 300 subscribers, and yet, we're a week and 4 days old. I'm hoping to see 500 by the end of the week. I hate saying that, though, because I feel like I'm going to jinx myself. But if you guys get out there and pound the pavement for me, I'd appreciate it. It'd really make things happen. And if there's anything you want to know or you want to see or any recommendations, I am open. Okay, I'm a professional trader. I'm not a professional YouTuber. So actually, thanks to everybody who's been participating in the chat, my streams have improved. I've been able to make the right move with equipment. And today is the first day with the new mic. And I'm really kind of enjoying it. And apparently, it's made all the world of difference. We'll see how it does in the recording. I got some comments last night that the recordings are too low. The end of the day wrap up and everything like that. And I'm just sitting here missing all these trades, man. I don't even know what the market looks like. Where's my opening? Did I miss an opening range break? Oh, no, we broke back in. Okay, we just moved back into the opening range. It's really not what I want to be a part of. This is a little outside of my parameter. But, I mean, that is a nice reversal. But still, I mean, I could see the divergence there, but I'm still going to call that a V-bottom. Maybe to pacify my ego. But I'll definitely take a trade breaking out of the range here. Or even, what is the range? Right? Am I accurate on this range? No. Where's my 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock. Okay, this is my opening range. $19 to $31. Yeah, I like that, man. 12 points. So I'll probably hang out and look for a double top and a reversal pattern up around here, and hopefully trade that, and we can anticipate 6 points. It'll probably move to the center, or depending on what goes on, it may very well reverse off of this move if it moves up there. So I'm going to keep my eyes open for that over the. Actually, that might have been the midday reversal right there, 10:14. Wow, the day's just running, and I'm not paying attention to trading. All right, I'll have to just see what it presents and how I want to take it. I keep saying that too. I'm not paying attention to trading, and This is the torment I have in my mind, because the stream takes my focus off of trading. But I enjoy the stream, and I just keep thinking that my situation awareness will improve and I won't miss opportunity. But what opportunity did I miss, eh? This break here, don't really like it. The V bottom, I wouldn't have taken it. All right, I didn't realize where we were in the market, but there's still nothing. Yeah, there's nothing I would have really took. So, okay, cool. I won't abandon the channel yet. Awesome understand. Can't see that divergence on my tick chart. You can't, huh? Well, you don't have to see my divergence. Do you see any divergence on the tick chart? And also keep in mind, don't miss the forest for the trees. You may not see this trade, but there may be another trade that you're going to see based on what you're using, right? And it doesn't matter what time frame you're in, you're going to get the same signals. Maybe not the same time that I'm getting the signals, but just trade the setups. You know, don't worry that I saw a setup that you didn't see, or I got a run that you didn't get in on because I saw a setup, because there's going to be setups that you get that run that I'm not going to see based on what I'm doing, right? So I know what you're feeling, like, oh man, I missed that run. Oh man, I missed that run. But just keep in mind, there's always another trade around the corner. That's why I'm not crying that I'm not in this move right now. There'll be another move. Would have been nice if I was in it and I would be singing and having a good time, but I don't get hung up on that. And that took a long time to accomplish too. You know, and when you do get hung up on missing moves, then you start chasing trades or taking trades because you're afraid you're going to miss a move. All bad theory when you're trading. You know, that's all a bad hedge. You don't want to do that. You know, we want to execute according to our rules, according to our setups. We want to be methodical and calculating and not emotional with the trade. And look at this baby. I mean, this is a nice move up. I mean, that's a 15-point move right there. That's seven ticks. But I mean, it's a good, strong move. We're getting into the middle of the day. I guess we could really say that this was the direction of the day. Down was the direction of the day. So I think we could argue that this was the reversal, the midday reversal. I'm going to see what it looks like hitting that midline. I just feel like I'm not gelling right now. And on the daily chart, I mean, we're still an inside bar. We kind of came down, tested that trend line like we talked about today, and we're an inside bar. And theoretically, I don't like to trade inside. You know, the break here would be a good move, and the break to the downside would be a good move. But, I mean, that's a lot of action to get back up to break there. So, I don't know. I'm perplexed. Maybe I'll go get a job at the parts store down the block. Oh, yeah. Have you been dropping it in every stock channel out there? Yeah. I've had people pop in and mention that somebody mentioned it on another channel. I appreciate that. Nice and bassy, huh? Yeah. I'm like Luther Vandross over here. You got to bring the trash out. Well, hey, thanks for sharing, Anth. My driveway is like huge and on a hill. I got to walk it down. Oh, really? Yeah, I take mine to a tipping station because bears and critters will get at it. And that's entirely frustrating. And today's Thursday, right? Tomorrow's Friday. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. All right. I think I'm going to get my my place straight over the weekend, and I'll probably stream from here all next week and then head out next weekend. So Monday, not this coming Monday, but the following Monday might be interesting because that's the first time that I'm going to broadcast from the boat. And for the sake of my sanity, I really have to get back to the boat. I mean, I'm cool up here and I'm secluded and it's all very nice, but I just have this attraction to the sea, and when I'm not around it, I'm just not myself. I mean, it's always been the case, so I just have to get back there because I'm starting to feel a little nutty. I'm even debating whether I should shave this morning or not. I did shave because I think it's a good practice, but yeah, once I start debating whether I should shave, I know it's time to get back on the water. Miss Carey, because I'm a late bloomer and still unsure of what I'm doing, I took my first trade and net gained $2,300 on your first trade. You prodigy, you. I got at 2020 and set up the sell at 2025 and 2030. Oh, paper trading. Okay, cool. Yeah, good. I'm glad you did that. Okay, you sharing or do you have questions? Because that's a sweet trade. That's a sweet trade. How many contracts did you do, pray tell? So you should have picked up about 2.5 ticks on $2.5 on the first one, and then yeah, a 10-point move. So 5. Wow, that's nice. There's 500 a contract right there. So you did like 3 contracts, or 9 contracts. Okay, that's cool. So, but let me. I mean, maybe you can handle 9 contracts. But so that would have been roughly a $9,000 trade. Are you comfortable, real dollars, with $9,000? I mean, obviously your risk isn't $9,000. Your risk probably would have been 2 points. So that's still $1,800. So if you were trading real dollars, is that a comfortable level to trade? No, Liz, I didn't see the run-up on AMC. Did it take off? It's at $59. You trying to pump a stock on my station channel, Liz? So, oh, no, not comfy for real money. Okay, so, yeah, all right, cool, yeah. Don't trade like that. Trade as though you're trading real dollars. Your losses, everything. Have that discipline, because when you go live, it's going to be a different animal. So just get accustomed to trading in the manner in which you're comfortable. It's hedging your bet. Trust me. Yeah, it's fun to throw on big trades and see big numbers come out, but yeah, that's not what we're here about. We're not here for the money. We're here for the good trade, which it sounds like you executed a very good trade. As long as you held to your disciplines, you didn't let it take more heat than you should have, and heat is go the other way. Yeah, I can't stress that enough, man. I'm still getting used to the platform. Yeah, that's important. Get used to it, but get used to it, and don't develop the bad habit of trading and using it as a video game. It's real money, man. It's real money, and trade it like it's real money. Don't take a share or a contract more than you would if you were trading real dollars. Trust me on this. Everybody just gets excited. Okay, let's take a peek at AMC for everybody. AMC. Oh, yeah, I remember you were talking to us about the position that you had, Liz. And I think you're just playing with profits right now. No, so slow, those 30-second charts. All right, let's take the burden off of you. You could stay there. And let's just grab the daily chart and see what it looks like for AMC. Oh, we're at the top. I'm just going to move this aside. It didn't really give me anything yet. What does the 2 minute look like? All right, I'm looking for another test of this high. And maybe I could catch a nice retrace. Here's AMC. Yeah, that's a nice push up, man. You know, and it broke yesterday's high, which is cool. You know, you still want to see a move up here. I think right about the 64 range is where the shorters might sweat it. But the momentum hasn't turned on the 60-minute. The day's not over yet, but the momentum hasn't turned yet. So I don't think anybody's really nervous yet. Poof. And look, it tested that trend line right there, and it's retracing on the 60-minute. But the 60-minute does look positive, the momentum. So you want to see how it behaves with this trend line right here. You know, this could be a break of that trend line in a last kiss and then a move down. Or it could just bust right through that bad boy and start running. I mean, the momentum would favor a bullish move. And what time is it? You got 15 minutes till that bar closes too. Oh, looks like we're making a double top. My 2 minute looks like it's turned. Nope, my 1 minute is turned. My 2 minute looks like it's still positive. I'd like to see my 5 minute turn right there. Come on, give me a, how we doing? Show me a little more oversold, and I might consider that trade. Small size. Don't apologize for that, man. It was the right move. And don't count the money that you missed. Oh. 42.30s. Yeah, I'll go 42.25. What's the delta on those? Now I'll go 42.30. All right, I'm going to take a break of this low right here. Oh, I'm in. Come on. Don't do that. All right, the 1 minute's looking negative. The 2 minute has rolled. And I'll probably, I'm going one off right here. I'm off for 1/3 of my trade, and I got a break-even stop for the other 2/3. Keep going. I'm going to take another third off if I can get to 224.37, which is the 38% retracement. Amazon is helping me out. Composites pushing down. Come on, keep going. Give it to me. Oh, don't do that. Come on, man. Everything's still negative. Don't pound back. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm squeezing my stop a little bit, and I'm bringing my stop on my 2 contracts down to the 23%, 23.60%. If it snaps back, I'll be out right there. Momentum is in our favor. Amazon's pushing down. Go, Daddy. Go, go, go. Come on, a little more. Oh, I don't like those pops, man. That usually an indication that it's going to whack back. I'm going to tighten my stop right up to here. Actually, I'm just going to take one off. If it pops back, I'll leave the other one at break even. And I'm one off. So I have 2/3 of my trade off. I got one on at a break even. Actually, I got one on with a stop right up here at the 23. Just not good to me today, huh? Oh man, it's coming close. He's scary. Yeah, it looks like it's going to make a little bull flag there and knock me out. You can see the momentum rolling around. 1 minute still negative. I might get lucky. The 5 minute hasn't even rolled around yet, so it's not really like the whole position's bearish. Oh, Amazon's retracing. There's a micro trend on Okay, I'm going to stick to my discipline. If it takes me out, it takes me out. But there's a micro trend on the composite, and if that breaks, it's going to drag the S&P down. Oh, there's a micro trend on the 1 minute on the S&P. More like a bear flag, really, on the 1 minute. Come on. It's a bear flag building on the 2 minute. And we really have a minute before that bar fails. Let me get those over there. I got my stop figured. Oh. So here's the 2 minute. That's a bear flag, but we still have 53 seconds. And there's the 1 minute, and that's a bear flag. But I don't think they're going to let me enjoy that bear flag. And I don't want to move my stop. Just tormenting. Keeping me in the trade. Oh, that was close. Don't do it. Don't do it. It didn't do it. Keep going. So that 1 minute is about to trigger right there. The 1 minute bear flag just triggered. So the next test of that bear flag is at the 24.72. And that's not the behavior you want to see on a bear flag, but it hasn't ripped back. So now your stop should be, if you entered on that bear flag, at 27. And that's where my stop was initially. So I'm kind of happy with that. That kind of takes a bit of the risk out of that stop. Because it's got to be a failed bear flag for that stop to get hit. I mean, even the 2 minute bear flag triggered. And when I say triggered, the entry on the bear flag is breaking this bar right here. When it breaks below that bar right there. And then your stop goes up above here. So once it breaks it, it triggers. If it triggers and then trades up here, that flag has failed. And the idea has broken and we get out. And then for a bear flag, the test, the next bit of resistance is the next pivot low. And if you break through that, then I think we're looking at roughly 22. So I got 1/3 on. I took 2/3 off. And I got 1/3 on. I'm just going to let that bad boy run. Get rid of this 1 minute chart so we could see what some targets could be. So this 23 doesn't look bad, man. And this is an opening of yesterday's trade, or yesterday's yesterday. Oh, and there she goes, baby. We're making some money. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chats if you're talking to me. I'm just kind of in the middle of my trade. Oh, don't kick back on it. Don't kick back on it. This is my goal right here. I want to see that. I'm going to squeeze to the, I got my stop down at the 33% retrace line. And if we break that bar right there, break it. Yeah, I got my stop at 24. Actually, I'm going 24.69 on my stop. I mean, I'm trying to take this down to the 50% retrace. This is a midday afternoon reversal, which is what I kind of was waiting for, being that I kept missing the V bottoms. And I'll talk through the trade after we're done here. Go, baby, go, baby, go. Go, baby, go, baby, go. When did that trade happen? All right, cool. I want to reiterate that in my end of the day report. So you see we hit that yesterday's, I don't know if it's yesterday's open or high, but that dash line is either a high, open, low, or close of yesterday. I just forget what the colors are. What's important is it's a significant support or resistance. So I'm squeezing my stop down right now, and I'm at the 23.85. And I should, oh, come on, man. Let's see, it's probably respecting the cloud. I'm trying to make that 50%, and then greed will probably get the best of me, and I'll see if I can get to a 61. $61 would be a sweet, sweet trade, man. I mean, that's 9 points. Pick up roughly 5 points a contract. That's, come on, go down. Don't be shy. Here we go to the 50. Come on. It's losing juice. Look at the momentum. You can see the momentum flattening out a little bit. Although the one is respectfully bearish, and the 2 minute is bearish, and the 5 minute really is just turning. So I think that 50% mark is a good target. I think we're going to get that. Go, baby, go, baby, go. There you go. You're at the 50%. So what do we do? I think, all right, I'm just going to squeeze my stop or we're at the 55. I'm sorry. I'm just going to squeeze my stop to the 50% because that's really where I should have closed my trade, but it's giving me more. Let's see. Can we get to that 61? Oh, Anthony, you're out. You made enough. Good man. Good man. I like that thought. Oh, look at that. We're moving for that 61. I'm trailing this bad boy now. I'm squeezing my stop right behind this bar because this is just downright greedy. If I see that 61, I'm closing it. I'm taking that 61. This is the open. That golden dotted bar is the open of today. And my stop is on the 55. If we come back and tag it, I'll just take that and be happy. Keep going. I mean, the 1 minute momentum is giving us no sign of slowing down. It's all very, very bearish. We're hitting a little resistance here because we're right by the open, and that's significant support. And you could see back here, what am I looking at? 2135 is my stop. You could see right back here that it actually tested the open again after it broke through. It tested it, so that's pretty significant, that open. So I'm holding the 2135 as my stop, and I'll get out of it there. I think I might see if we break that 61 and head for the 71. I mean, but that's it. Oh, there you go. It just broke it. Go, baby. All right, I'm gonna squeeze my stop right down here. We're just getting greedy. You can see the 30-second momentum is curling, and I am out. I'm out. All right, that's cool. That's my last third of my trade, and I'm off here. And so we entered around 229, took it to 221. Everybody, if you traded along with me on your last piece, you should have picked up about 400 a contract. So good trade, man. And now we could just sit around and wait for something that is so obvious that it's a layup. And look how it's respecting that 61. It's turning around right here. See, I mean, if I wasn't greedy and looking for the break, I probably would have picked up. I mean, really, what is it, another 100 a contract? Well worth it to see if it runs through. So, all right, so to go over the trade briefly, Bank, here's your move up, right? And we had talked before how you usually trade between your opening ranges, and this line here and this line here. These are my opening ranges, and we went up and we tested it. I mean, nothing's perfect in the market, but here's the opening range. It started making this top, right? And I wouldn't even call this a double top. It's just kind of pushing around here, and then we traded off, and this is what I consider my double top right here. So when it makes my double top, and my momentum is bearish, if you look down, I waited for the break right there at 2880, and it actually broke, popped back, and went back down. So I got a nice entry price. And then this bar is 30 seconds. So you know, we were well in the money in less than 30 seconds. And then you know, we played with it. It almost knocked me out up here. But then we just used the Fibonacci's as targets and just followed the trade down on the Fibonacci's. And we were nice and calm and cool about it, and we weren't uptight about making money. And that's how it's done. And you know what? I think we've done that once or twice every day since we've started trading here. So maybe you guys are improving my trades, because I mean, it's not unheard of that there are losing days. You know, they're just small amounts and no big deal, and yet, you know, we don't blow ourselves up. But that's it, man. Quality trades, quality setups, good discipline, good trade management, and you make the money. Look, it looks like it might even, oh no, you can see it's building a double bottom here, right? Here's a hit, here's a low, here's a low, and the momentum is turning up. You know, then we'll look at the 1 minute, and I'm not going to take the reversal of the reversal. We look at the 1 minute and we see the momentum's flattening out. You know, it's a good indication that it could go. So we're neutral on the 1 minute, and we're looking for it to turn. The 2 minute, what goes on there? The 2 minute is still looking rather bearish, but it is flattening out a little bit. So you could watch and see. Well, it looks like it's making a move. But this was a midday reversal, right? Kind of interesting too, because at the start of the day we made this move down. So you could argue that this was the midday reversal, but it's kind of early to be the midday reversal. But this was a nice trend up, and you can't have a reversal without a trend, right? So once we see a good trend like that, then we could look for a reversal and a retrace. And really, all we could expect is 50%. The stock odds were good to us and gave us a little bit more. Now it's consolidating right here. Momentum's slowly moving up, but not that aggressive. and it's 11 o'clock, so we're going to get erratic trading at this point. Wow, the day just went quick. Starting at 9 o'clock. Just feels like we work half a day. And then again, they say time flies when you're having fun. And it's always fun making money. Making money. So what do we have to say? Way to go, Ant. Made 38.50. Super. I don't know where you started your fib, but I hit 61% already. Well, here's where I started my fib, man. I started my fib at the low of the run, and brought it all the way up. But I guess maybe we hit it at the same time, but it doesn't matter where I started it. You know, you obviously had good control of your trade because you made money. That's okay. I'm putting my line on the chart to show you where I'm holding my stops, and I actually will anticipate what the price should be at that point, and either enter the stop, or sometimes I just do it physically, mentally, because the market makers could whack you out. So you're not seeing me actually enter my stops on the chart for options. You can do that in NinjaTrader, but it's you could do that with futures and things like that. You can enter your stop right on the chart. You could execute right off the chart. So as far as trading futures, stocks, currencies, NinjaTrader is phenomenal. Options, it's a little hurting their platform. So yeah, don't be misled, Tommy. I'm executing in another platform on another computer, and I'm just showing you with the crosshair where I'm maintaining my stops, and for my own benefit too, so that I know, you know, wax back up there, I'm pulling the trigger on my option. What is the main reason you have S&P 500 on two charts? I know one is candlestick and the other is most probably open, high, low, but why you have both? Okay, so yeah, this is open, high, low, and this is really just an indicator. You see the colors? It's really an indicator of overbought, oversold. So like when I'm looking for a double bottom, I mean, I really don't even use it, tell you the truth. I don't look at it. But you can see it's slightly oversold by that yellow, slightly oversold. It's another means of like you guys use an RSI to figure overbought, oversold, but the reality is that RSI is really kind of telling you momentum. So it's hard to use an RSI for overbought, oversold. This one works on a little different premise, and I just find it a little more accurate for overbought, oversold. But overbought, oversold indicators are not good for execution, because it could remain oversold all day, and the stock could just keep moving down, moving down, moving down, moving down. So, but it's just like another confirmation that I hit a double bottom, you know. And look, it's breaking the low here, which is interesting because the momentum's moving up, and the momentum, well, on the one is flattening out a little bit. So we hit this little congestion, which we anticipated, but because of the fibs, I said that's enough. I've made the money. But it looks like we may be heading for that 76. This is the opening range low of the day, and it's respecting that a little bit. Maybe it'll make a double bottom down here and turn around and go the other way. I don't know, but I'm not here to play it. So I'm just going to look around and see if I see something really interesting, and then I'll probably take part in that. So Finn, did I, yeah. And, the manner, the chart is, open, high, low, close. It is a open, high, low, close. I mean, I could even change this to, another market and watch another market right here, because I mean, very rarely do I even look at it. You know, I'm just looking at price action and momentum. And a lot of years, I just traded straight price action. I never looked at any other indicators. And then I started working with momentum. And It just kind of gelled for me. Look at that Amazon, man. That Amazon took off. See, I'm mostly watching the S&P. I'm not really paying attention to the other markets. But this is a pretty good setup right here. You know, that's a 10-point run. But, yeah, you know, we did well, too. We can't argue. Can't argue. Waiting for the moon. Wow, you hear that? No, that's actually a bird in the background chirping. Yeah, I can see it pulsating in the meter. Oh, there she goes. She's pushing down again. Come on, man. I don't want a down day. Yellen's not speaking. Oh, well, we're in lunch, so it doesn't really matter what's going on. We'll see what happens on this next half of the day. I'm not even hungry. Yellen's still gabbing? Yeah, Yellen's still at it. Oh, you guys might hear it. Oh, no, I have it on mute. Yeah, AMC is at 61. I think it 62 and change. It breaks that high. Are you guys hearing the Yellen broadcast over this? Actually, I just hit the mute. Definitely a cricket. No, man, no cricket. It's a bird. Oh, look at that bar. Yeah, look at that. It busted right through that trend line. That's good. So now your next resistance is what's going on here? I have two quotes on AMC. Am I looking at AMC? I have a $61 quote on AMC, and I'm looking at a $59.32 on AMC. Well, I could turn it down if I'm picking up a lot. There, I turned it down a little bit more. Is it 61 on AMC? Why am I getting such a delayed quote on this? I have 61.53 on my other platform, and this one's telling me 59. That's interesting. So it's got to break 64.71 to change the trend and break that pivot. That's what you want to see. Break it at 64.71, and people are going to start sweating. Oh, and that would be right here. Yeah, Yellen's still talking. I'm not even listening, but I'm watching the politicians celebrate themselves and soapbox, and I'm just going to read what she had to say later. Yeah, the background noise in nature. Yeah, that is cool, man. That is cool. That's one thing I like about being up in the mountains. When I'm on the water, you don't hear that often. But then I do see a lot of dolphin, and I see pilot whale sometimes. And big fan of wildlife. So Amazon's making that steady move up. Financials are selling off, and energy's selling off. I guess that's what dragged the S&P down, but the composite is making a move, and it's up 115. I mean, Dow's off 232. Markets are like all over the place. Russell's down 19. Everybody's everywhere. Everybody's everywhere. Yeah. I have on one platform, Anthony. I have 61 and a quarter, and on this platform, I'm not getting that. So I don't know. What's up with the vendor who's delivering it on this platform? It's two different vendors delivering data. Yeah, you know what? If you're up on AMC, it would be prudent to harvest a little bit of profits and then just manage one piece and see if you can get into a screamer. I mean, just like we did in our trade, we just took a little bit off and got ourselves in a comfortable position. We were in the pilot seat, and then we would just see where it would go. Where's it going to go? Where's it going to go? So nice and easy, nice and comfortable. Everybody's happy, trading wisely. Nobody's calling me, so everybody must be making money today. Yeah, but your cost is 133 on that, right? Yeah, and you get the 135 strike. So hey, you make $2. Beats a poke in the eye. You're happy. Um, no, you know what? You don't know what the day holds. And you're gonna make $2. Let it make the $2. Close it out, and then we'll start. Yeah, we'll start talking about going forward and getting it consistent. Yeah. Oh, did you pass it? Oh yeah, good for you. Yeah. No, not really, not really. Actually, I'm in the middle of churning out a buck. So I would just let that come to fruition if it even does. And yet, it might turn around right here, and just close that out, and then let's talk a little more about what to do. Is this way we can show you a little more consistency. You don't lose months. Cool. Yeah, yeah. I'm talking to you. All right. Cool. I'll catch you later. Bye bye. See, just when I thought I was lonely, everybody was making money. The dude calls me about his Apple. He's trading. This guy has been stuck in this thing forever. See, that's what I'm saying. This guy, he's a trader, and I know him. I mean, but he trades well when I have people hanging over him and forcing him to follow the rules. You leave him to his own devices, and he ends up like just holding trades and letting them run down. So his whole capital has been tied up, and he hasn't been able to make money in like a month and a half. Crazy guy. Gambling at this point. That guy Anthony. Yeah, man. That guy Matt. Yeah. Hey, you know what? If your face is turning red, it's the wrong investment or too big. Oh, yeah. Don't begrudge anybody their money, Anthony. That kind of vibe visits you back tenfold. It's flying. Yo, 13% for a day. That's not a bad move, man. That's definitely screaming a bull move. See, and that's what was happening. Everybody was waiting around for Yellen and the Fed, really the Fed Reserve, and yeah, you know that burden is out of the way, and they could put a push on it to the upside. The daily momentum looks positive. The 60-minute still looks pretty negative, man. So the test is going to be that 64.79 and how it behaves there. If you're watching it. So you don't even have to look at this thing until it hits 64.79, and then when it does, just watch how it behaves up at the 64.79. Yeah, don't let it irk you, man. You're not going to change the world. You actually end up hurting yourself trying to do that. Yeah, you know, just change your little piece of the world, and everybody will follow you. And all right, Mr. Finn, make some money. Yeah, well, I hope nobody gets hurt, or maybe just enough that they learn a good lesson and helps them going forward. If they must get hurt. Oh, look at the obvious double top. Here, I got to point this out, man, because this is a simple trading setup that everybody can consistently make money off of in every market. Here's Amazon with a double top, and here's the momentum. Here's the next top. Look at the momentum rolling off. You would take the entry right here at the 52 or so, 53. I mean, if you want to be aggressive, you could take the entry right here at the 54. And then, ding, it's trading off. But you can see the choppiness in it, right? You see the gaps. So it could whip around, knock you out. But if you entered at the 54.98, you put your stop at the 56, you would have knocked one off, maybe, down here. But, yeah, you know, just let your eyes see this. You know, get accustomed to seeing this pattern. You see that pattern, you know that the trend has ended. You test it with a stop to see if the trend is going to reverse and give you something, or to retrace, really. So I would put my Fibonacci down here, this up here. Yep, and you would have taken one off when you hit right around here. And then now you'll trade it and chase it just like we did with the S&P. Just trying to hit these targets, target after target after target. And look, if you look over at the S&P, you could see kind of a reverse head and shoulders. Right here's the neckline right here, and here's the head. That's the shoulder. It already did the break. From here, it should start moving up. And you could probably expect 21 to 15, maybe 6 points up. So you could hope to see the 227. Sorry, fellas, you got into the trades. Get yourselves out of them. They want me to help them. They got to join the channel. No, I'm kidding. I don't publicize the channel. Well, I don't know if he's trying to teach anything. I mean, actually, I've never really watched the channel, but my impression was that he was just promoting that play, and he has a financial interest in it. So the more people he gets, Matt gets to to and everybody else who's in it, the more people they get to organize that buying power, the more likely it is that that setup or that strategy plays out. Because that's all it takes. You have enough buying power, you're going to squeeze those shorts out, and that's what they're looking to do. And again, like I said, this is nothing new. You know, brokerage firms have been doing this to each other for years. If you're a big brokerage firm and you get wind of another guy who's got a short, and you know your buying power is greater than his, and you could squeeze him out of that short, you squeeze him out of the short, because his buying, when he closes the short, he's going to add buying power. He's going to pop that stock up, and you're going to make money. And if the guy's savvy, he's going to know what's going on. He's going to end up closing the short, so fade the run up, and end up making the money back on the pull down, because the shorts are viable. You know, you're not squeezing AMC because it's fundamentally a phenomenal company and the stock's going to rip. There's a reason why the shorters shorted it. So you know, once this move on it is over, it's still a good short. So they'll fade that run up. You know, they'll fade that run up and make the money. They'll actually make more money now that everybody's pushed it up than they would have at the initial short. Yeah, I can kind of assume or figure what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know that I would watch him too much. You know, I mean, I don't want to throw any shade on anybody, but that's like watching reality TV to me. And yeah, you know, when people are misbehaving, I get embarrassed for them, and I just don't want to feel that vibe. So yeah, you know, if what he says makes me cringe, it's going to make me uncomfortable. And life's too short to be uncomfortable, baby. So yeah, you know, I wish him well and lots of success. And then again, he could be a very savvy guy. I don't know, you know, anything. I really don't know anything to draw any conclusions. But the reality is it's not my style of trading. And there are millions of styles of trading out there. And who's to say which one is the right one or the wrong one? You got to find one that works for you. The right way of trading is something that consistently shows you profits. And if you can be a consistently profitable trader, then you're going to be a successful trader. So, you know, I hear a lot of guys. I mean, there are people who don't take breakouts or don't believe in reversals or don't use momentum. I mean, you know, and that's fine if you don't. But if you're poo-pooing everything, I mean, it's just a closed mind. There's so many different ways to trade. And what makes a good trade is that you came up with your rules, you stick to your rules, you define your risks, and you don't exceed your risks. So good risk management, good self-discipline, good definition of your setup. That makes a good trade. What it all is absolutely irrelevant. I mean, if you have a theory and the setup and you can't make money, then it's not a good setup. There's a hangman on the 2-minute or a shooting star, but it's not a proper shooting star. I'd rather call it like a dragonfly or a hangman. I think that's the dragonfly. Crazy Asians. I don't know what names they attribute to this. But hey, it turned around and just ate up that tail, and away she goes, man. She's making that move up. So that was a good head and shoulders, right, that we were pointing out on the 30-minute. And we said that, I think we said 26 was the target on that. Yeah, 26, 27. Come on, show me what you could do. I'm not in that trade, by the way. I didn't take that trade. That was a good head and shoulders, though. And you could see the momentum working in our favor. And then on the last shoulder, really, you see the momentum's really, really high. Does a bounce off that zero line, and away it goes. So if I actually did just trade for a living, instead of incorporating this channel into my life, I probably would have been in that trade. But that's okay, man, because like I said, I'm having a good time talking with you guys, and we're making money every day, so we can't argue about this. Watch it, Tave. Yeah, I had a few options sold and took profits. It's no longer my money, just gains. Yeah, cool, Liz. That's how you want to play it. Yeah, and put your stop loss at your break even so that you keep everything you made and you're not risking anything. And then, hey, I hope you see 125 on this. Then you can come down here with that big old smile and take me out for a steak. Yeah, well, yeah, that'd be a shame if somebody's betting the ranch, and that's where you start getting the regulators involved. When people start losing their homes, and I've seen it, it happens, and people start being irresponsible and hurting themselves. The regulators step in and start inhibiting everybody's ability, which is a shame because we placate to the bozos, and then the smart people can't do what they need to do. So that's the only unfortunate thing about this meme move. Yeah, that's the general idea, Zach. They're not forced to buy in, but in our society, we believe that we are our brother's keeper, and yeah, I believe it too. You know what? I mean, they made these choices. Yeah, and I saw that in 2007 with the mortgages and everything like that, and they hold the professional responsible. And I mean, I've defended cases in my brokerage firm where people actually lied on the account applications and stated greater net worths, and really, I mean, it's considered bank fraud when you misrepresent yourself on a bank application. So they committed bank fraud, induced brokers to do transactions for them based on the suitability that the broker believed, and then lost money, and then sued the broker because the trades were unsuitable, and the courts respected that. And you're saying, you know this guy based on what he supplies us. Based on what he supplies us, these are entirely suitable transactions, and yet the courts will. Well, it's not really courts; it's arbitration and the SROs, the self-regulatory organizations, and they say, all right, give him back his money. Yeah, and they do that because they're afraid that if people lose money and lose confidence in the markets, then they'll stop investing in the markets. So the regulators' general consensus is the brokerage firm will pay for the general public's mistakes. So therein lies the rub. And yet, they look at me, and relatively young guy when I was in the industry and had the firms, and I mean, I had plenty of money in their eyes, so they said, it doesn't hurt him, let them pay him back, let the firm pay him back. So yeah, so that's the problem with the industry. That's actually why Kramer even stopped representing people in the market and just really became a personality. Because he kept getting banged out too, but the whole industry does. It's just you just figure it a cost of doing business. Where's the Head and Shoulders? So here's the Head and Shoulder. You're looking at the 30-second chart, and follow my cursor. This is one shoulder. It creates a shoulder, and it comes down, makes that head, comes back up, and this resistance where my vertical line, my horizontal line is the neckline, and then it creates this other shoulder. This I'm really considering the shoulder. This is like a little outlier to the shoulder. But given that we're in lunch, there's a little erratic behavior in the market. So once it breaks the neckline, right, where my horizontal white line is, that's where you take the trade. You go long. So you can see it popped up, came back a little bit, and then started making its move up. And not a bad trade. And it actually hit the target. This is probably the extent of what I would expect from the Head and Shoulders. So you entered at 221.60. It's at 228.10. Actually exceeding my target, and you can see it just kind of consolidated around my target, decided it's going to continue moving. So again, it's probably heading back for the opening range right here. And we had talked about how, you could trade between the opening ranges all day long, when it moves back and forth and you're paying attention to the market. Mr. Ditter, welcome back. You can play futures on corn. More importantly, well, not more importantly, I guess you'll make money on futures on corn. You can watch for cattle to dip a little bit, and you could start taking a position in cattle. Well, not you. I don't know what your risk tolerances are, but people would take a position in cattle. And because farmers will bring their cattle to market and lighten up their herd because they obviously can't graze them, and feed is going to get very expensive. So the price of cattle, a lot of cattle hit the market. A lot of meat will hit the market. The price of beef will drop, and then it will spike because it will leave a dearth. And probably into the fall, there will be very, very small herds and very little being delivered to the slaughterhouse. So again, yep, you bet, man. Again, look at corn. You could do corn right away, right off, and watch cattle. Yes, it's actually called an inverted head and shoulders. And an inverted head and shoulders appears after a down move. And a head and shoulders appears after an up move. And I'm just lazy when I speak and I say head and shoulders. But I guess if I'm going to instruct people, I should use the proper term of inverted head and shoulders. Farmers in California are doing that already, getting rid of the cattle soon now. Yeah. So cattle should. So if you wanted, you could sell futures too, and you could just sell cattle contracts if you're confident that cattle's going to trade off. So that's going to have an effect on the appearance of inflation too. Initially, it's going to hamper inflation, but in the long term, it might promote it. Oh, that's why you didn't see it. Yeah. On the down slope, Anth, it's got to be inverted. On the up slope, it's right side up. Almonds also are going to get hurt, and prices of almonds are going to skyrocket. But I don't think there's a future on that. But I know it takes like 8 gallons of water to make like 1 almond or something absurd like that. Yeah, that sucks. These droughts. Just kind of watching the market, seeing what it's doing. You know what? I've never really delved into it that much, but when it turns bearish, the cloud turns red. So here we started this downtrend, so the move of the cloud turns red, and then we started the uptrend, and the move of the cloud turns up. So I don't know of any bearish or bullish resistance. The cloud itself is just resistance. You can see here we hit the cloud where my crosshair is, and then it creates a little resistance, a little snapback, and it comes down. Sometimes you can get it right here. It looks like there's a little bear flag right here. So it created a little bear flag right here and then moved down. And then when it came back up and it hit the cloud, it created a little consolidation, and then, popped out. So So really, this just kind of it kind of lags the trend of the market, but I wouldn't look too deep into it. Um, this could all be gray for all I care, and because I know what side of the cloud I'm on. I just see it more as support and resistance. I do know that the depth of the cloud kind of indicates more um, resistance than the thin parts of the cloud. And when there's volatility, you'll find like it moves and there's a double bottom and then it busts right through here. So when there's a lot of volatility in the market and you see a double bottom, you could see that this might be a target, and if it busts through there, it'll continue running. So as the market attitude changes, you'll see I'll have different things to talk about and what's going on. And you got to be hands-on to get all of this stuff. It's not like I could tell you look for this, because you'll never remember. But we'll hit 3 or 4 months where the cloud is very important to us, and we make a lot of money considering the cloud as its target and things like that. But right now it gives me perspective, kind of tells me what's going on. Right now I see that we're just in a range-bound market, chopping back and forth, busting through the cloud either way. When you're watching this move up, you can anticipate that it might build a head and shoulders just based on this. Based on the fact that it's going to hit that cloud, it'll create resistance. So if I'm anticipating, a pattern building, I could say, okay, this would lend itself to help building that head and shoulders, and I could sit there and watch it and plan my move. How do I weigh short-term and long-term trends when deciding a trade? Hey, could you elaborate a little bit on that question? I don't understand what you mean by weigh short-term and long-term trends. I'm going to wait for you to try to clarify that so that I can give you a good answer, because I really I'm conflicted with some of the terms. My 30-second is way different than my 10-tick. So yeah, if there's a lot of volatility, then your 10-tick is going to look a lot different than my 30, or it's just behaving differently, or a lot of momentum, because if there's a lot going on, you're making a lot of ticks, the pattern's going to be different. So your 10-tick isn't always going to look like my 30-second. It's probably a slow market that your 10-tick looks like my 30-second. So you might want to look at a 15-tick, 20-tick, if you want to look at the 30-second. But you don't have to get hung up on that. Look for the same setups. Don't look for the setups I'm taking. Look for the same setups on your 10-tick, because you're going to see double bottoms. It won't be my double bottom, but you're going to see double bottoms. You're going to see trend reversals. You're going to see micro trends. You're going to see all of that on the tick. So you could trade your chart. Or if you want to get close, you could just see if you have to go up or down on the ticks. But the more ticks it makes, the more bars it's going to make. If you're making 10 ticks every 30 seconds, your chart is going to look exactly like mine. But if you're making 10 ticks every 15 seconds, your chart's going to look different than mine. I'm still waiting on you, Nick. I want to answer that question. So I'm going to make some assumptions here. Short and long-term trends. Okay, so I think you've noticed that I trade off of multiple charts, and I think that's what you might be referencing. So basically, I will see, like right here, we have this top, and the momentum's fading off, and I will say that this momentum is becoming bearish. And this, very likely, you have a high and a lower high, and it actually just blew up my theory, but then a lower low. And I would want to see that this move down and break this low to make a new lower low. And in order for it to do that, the momentum's got to be bearish. And then I could look out at a longer time frame and say, okay, the 1 minute looks bearish, so it's very likely that the 30-minute looks bearish. So perhaps your question is, which one carries more weight? The longer term time frame is a better indication of what's going to happen going forward. So I could look at a 60-minute chart and understand what my day should look like. I could look at a 2-minute chart and understand what the next 5 to 10 minutes looks like. So I look at my 1-minute chart and I say, okay, in theory, there's a lot of weight in my 1-minute chart. Weight as far as, everything looks very bearish. That should support what I'm looking at on my 30-minute chart, right? Because my 30-minute chart could be bullish and my 1-minute chart could be bearish. But if my 1-minute chart is bearish, I know that 30-minute trend in that 30-second trend is not that viable, or it's not going to last. It's not that sustainable. But if my 1 minute turns bullish, then I know that 30-second. I'm sorry, I'm probably confusing it because I keep doing that. That 30-second bullish move will be sustainable. And then as I go up in minutes, I say, okay, my 2-minute is rolling, turning bullish. So my 2-minute bull trade is going to run for a longer period of time than my 1 minute. And my 5 minutes is going to run longer than my 30-second. So the larger charts are giving me a bias. When I look at it and I say, my 2-minute looks like it's turning very bullish, I should be looking for bullish trades in my 30-minute chart. Okay, so do you always trade the patterns regardless of the market trend? Well, the market trend is different on every time frame. So like I just said, I could have a bullish trend in my 30-second and have a bearish trend in my 1 minute. But I wouldn't want to take a bullish trend in my 30-second if I have a bearish trend in my 1 minute, because I know it's not sustainable. I look at my day in the morning and I say, okay, what does my daily chart look like? And right here, I have an inside bar for today. It's not telling me anything. But as of last night, forget this green bar, which is today's. It hasn't closed, so we can't call it anything. But as of yesterday, I had an uptrend. Oh, I'm looking at the chart on the wrong screen. You don't see it. Oh, poor me. Okay, so at the beginning of the day, I say, what's my bias for the day? Am I up or am I down, right? And I look at my momentum and I say, okay, it was trending up, but it looks like it's rolling over, right? And we have this big bar down and then a nice retrace. It's got a tail, but didn't make a good hammer. So right here, I'm saying, I'm neutral for the day. It's not even giving me a bias on which way to go, right? But if we get rid of that, right, and we look at this chart and just say, this is our daily chart, I see momentum moving up, pushing up. I have beautiful hammers. I'm making new highs. Yet, I got 3 bars in a row that are trending up. I'm bullish for the day. So now I spend my day on the smaller time frame charts looking for bullish trades. Or at least that'll be the lion's share of my trades, or the largest positions. I'll get, I can go 30 contracts on a bullish trade. But if I see a bearish trend that I want to play, I might try it with 9 contracts, or if I don't like the day, I might even do 3 contracts. So I kind of get my bias on the higher time frame, and that's what I'm doing even when I'm looking at the 1, the 2, the 5. It's giving me my bias, but I'm taking my trades on my 30-second, right? So right here, if you look at the 30-second, here's the top, momentum's fading down. I'll grab the 1 minute chart And I see the same thing. Here's the top. Here's the top. Momentum's fading down. Everything's giving me a bearish bias. If I was so inclined, I could take this trade and trade it. 225. I mean, that's a really nice move. Very aggressive. Really nice move, in a short period of time. And if I was inclined to take the trade, I can take an aggressive entry right here at 227.55, or I can take a conservative entry down here at the 225.62. And then, like the time of day dictates whether I take a trade or not. And if I made money, then I'm not chasing every trade. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a short squeeze kind of guy where I got to make every dime. I don't. I make a lot of money. I do it consistently, and I do it every day or as many days as I can possibly do it for as long as I can do it. Now it's 20 years, and that's what makes a professional trader. So, I'm looking for the best trades. That inverted head and shoulder, that would have been a really good trade. Although this double top just moved even better. And you can see it's starting to respect my opening range right there. And it's going to bounce around there. So anyway, that's how I look at the market. I mean, I'm not going to explain time and time again why I'm not taking the trades. I'm just so distracted that I'm missing trades. But this is how I look at it. All right, cool, man. Cool, Ant. As long as you could define your entry and you could write it down and say, this is why I took that trade, you're doing the right thing. Just make sure you're not taking too much heat. And when I say heat, I'm talking about, like the move goes against you. So I put my stops in. Make sure you're not moving your stops. You're putting your stops in, and you're not taking a lot of heat and then letting it run. You want a good discipline, because that may work. And it may work 10 times, but that one time it doesn't work will blow up everything you got. So just make sure your risk control is important. Good. You're using the fib and you got your targets, man. It sounds like you're getting the hang of it. Sounds like you got the swing. At 50, actually, I mean, that's fine. You trade how you're comfortable. I probably would have had most of my position off at the 50. 50 is really your goal on a retrace. That's your goal. And so you want to have most of your position off by the time you hit 50% retrace, and then leave a runner in the event that you get a screamer, and you can participate in that, and the market just keeps going. And I think we had one or two of those this week. And I mean, so every time you nail that 50%, that pays you. And then those runners are just what makes you a very wealthy trader. But, I mean, all in all, what do we see? Down 16 points today, and now we're just down 6. We're making that inside bar for the day. I mean, the day is hardly over. But, the market in general didn't really move much. That's ugly. I don't want to see the bar close like that on the daily. I mean, even if it had a nice full body, that'd be fine. I don't want to see it challenge this low today. I'd rather a nice inside bar and then a move back up. I mean, really, nobody's really fearing this inflation. Even Temper, from who runs Temper Fund, David Temper. I think there's an M in there somewhere. He's speaking out, saying that the economy is going to be fine, even with the current inflation rate. I mean, that guy's been around forever. Forever. See, I make money early in the morning. I'm lazy. Well, usually Before I was doing the channel, I usually stopped trading at around 11:30 or so. I had made my money, and I'm done, and I'm just chilling out, taking in the sun or sailing or kayaking. And now I'm a cave dweller. I made a limit order, and something wasn't right because it ended up looking like a stop loss on my chart. It didn't execute by the time I fixed it. It moved even more down. Cool. Nothing wrong with a mistake breaking in your favor. So, yeah, I trade, Nick, I trade the same patterns regardless of the market trend. But my patterns dictate which way to go, whether it's to go negative or whether to go long or go short, or buy a put or buy a call. Looks like we're going to test the low of the day right now. We're about $1 off of it. That's somewhat ominous. I thought we were, the low of the day was 16 points. Maybe that was yesterday. It looks like it's hitting a little support right here. But this is the third move it's making to try to test that low. Momentum looks like it's turning on the 5, looks negative. I think we might test that low. Don't do it. Don't do it. We want an up day. There we go. Breaking that low would be a good trade. I don't know that I'm going to do it because we're right in the middle of lunch. And I just don't like trading in the middle of lunch. I like lunching in the middle of lunch. Got a bear flag building. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. I retract that. My chart was not moved. Although, I guess we could argue that we do. We might be building a flag on the 5-minute. We're bouncing off the low, so we're testing that low. And then if you look at the 30-second, let's swing this over like right here. We're going to look for a double bottom. So it could make a double bottom and do another retrace. It looks like that's the flavor of the day. We're just trading these ranges back and forth. So we got a few people with us. Anybody new, don't feel intimidated. If you don't know what I'm saying or want me to break it down, that's what the channel's all about. You know, it's for the new trader, and you have access to somebody who's done this for a bit of time, and we could break things down for you and make it clear. And I actually enjoy talking with everybody, so no such thing as a bad question. Have at it. And if you like all my rhetoric, subscribe, hit the bell, hit the like, and hit me up in the comments. And if you could spread the word, I appreciate it. And keep your eye on the channel. I'll keep posting some educational videos so that you get an understanding of what I'm doing. And then I like to talk about it as I'm trading it. So if you stick around, you'll catch me in a trade or two, and I'll just keep calling out what I'm doing and why I'm taking it. And then after the trade is over, I like to go back and kind of shout it out. And really what I'm doing in shouting it out is exactly what I would do at the end of the day, even at this stage in my career, which is, yeah, I've been in the industry for 20 years. at least. Maybe more. I don't even want to do the counting. So still at the end of the day, I'll go back, I'll review my trades. Yeah, you know, the day's not over at 4 o'clock. And keep a trade journal and write down exactly why you got in and everything like that. And then you could always go back and you could just refine your technique and your theories and just constantly improve your trading. It's a consistent trader that makes money. You look at your equity curve, and it should be moving up consistently. You know, it'll do that step. You know, it'll do like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because taking losses is the nature of the business. But good risk management, you control that. So we're looking at the 30-second chart, and you can see my cursor dancing around on it. And we're looking for that double bottom. It might have made it, but there's nothing, no bar or price action that's really identifying it. So you could just be watching this 1670 and take that break at that 1670. The momentum has turned in our favor. Looks like we got a wee bit of a hammer on the 1 minute, and the 1 minute momentum has turned in our favor. So it's a good chance that this trade's going to run. I wouldn't take that hammer. I would still hold out right now to the top of that 1672. If it doesn't break that, the baby's not going to run. If it breaks that, we stand a better chance of it running. I'm not going to take the trade because I don't trade during lunchtime. Anybody asking questions? Did you buy a trade journal? Very good, very good. Okay, cool. Yeah, you know, that double bottom's a double bottom, man. And then look at the higher charts. If everything's screaming bullish, then you might have a trade there. Just you put your stop in, and that's the price you'll pay to test your theory. You'll control your downside and put your stop in and test your theory. And try to trade your paper like it's real money. So if you can only afford 3 contracts, only play 3 contracts. If you can afford and you're comfortable with 30 contracts with real money, then trade 30 contracts. But you know, it's not a video game. Don't play it like a video game. You're in training right now, and you're trying to train yourself to be a trader. So this looks like a little bit of a divergence. It's breaking that low, but and we're not getting hurt because we said that we won't respect this until it breaks the high right here and starts running. And this is not making a hammer that I would be interested in. So still, even with this divergence, I'm thinking, you know, this is not a trade until it breaks that high. And once again, I don't like trading during lunch because people are away. You don't have the volume. You could see this rundown, this strong rundown. If you look at that 5-minute, strong bar down, little retrace. This is a flag. The flag triggered. Now, the behavior of a flag is that this baby should have started running, right? So your stop would be here if you're playing that flag. If it backs up and whacks out, the idea didn't work. So, you know, you're taking a 3-point risk on testing that flag and seeing if that flag paid off. The momentum is extremely bullish on the 5-minute. So there's a good probability that would pay off. The 1 minute looks like it's rolling over on the momentum, so it looks like this is going to be a down move. And there she goes. So this may demonstrate why I don't trade it at lunchtime, because sometimes you don't get, or most of the time I feel you don't get follow through on the trade. Although this one certainly looks like it's following through, eh? So you'd be looking at it maybe $1 right now. So it's half $1 on an option. Really hasn't turned into a trade that made anybody any money. Looks like the 2-minute momentum is flattening out a little bit. If the 2-minute rounds, then the 5 will start flattening out. So if it wasn't lunchtime, then a whole bunch of people would have seen that 5-minute bear flag and probably jump on it. And you know, trading is just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Everybody sees the same thing and they just dive on it and move it. And that's how this stuff all works out. So we're just watching that bear flag and watching it make a move. And if you look at the 30-second chart, you could see it created a flag right there, and the flag triggered and it's moving. And it could very well churn its way down. I didn't set any targets because I didn't take the trade. But yeah, you know, we'll see where it goes. Where she goes. Actually, there's not a lot of resistance anywhere. Moving past this point, very possible that we have another 10 points down, which would be yesterday's low. So things might be getting ugly this afternoon, man. We may break. Here's the day chart. Oh no. Yeah, that's it, man. That's the next resistance, really. I mean, if you look at there was a huge move up off of that yesterday, so it didn't really. Here it is right there. Let's widen this out. Bink. Here it is right there. So this was the last really resistance that we had to worry about until the time that we hit yesterday's low. So it might be making that move. I mean, I see nothing else in there to really slow it down. I mean, you know, maybe we get a little resistance there, but I don't know if that's going to be, or a little support there, but I don't know if that's going to be a good support. I wouldn't say it's a major support. That would have been a good play if it wasn't lunch. Like I said, during lunch, things don't get a follow-through. But if everybody was at their desk and they saw that break and that break with no support, people would have jumped all over that bad boy and just forced it down. So if you're seeing what I'm seeing and you're understanding what I'm seeing, then you're growing from what I'm seeing. And in return, maybe you could just subscribe and hit the like and hit the bell, spread the word, hit the comment section and give me some content, something to talk about. If you're really enthusiastic about the channel, there's a Cash App link down there. You could throw a few bucks to the free folk, and we could just keep building and building and building this channel and teaching people how to trade and make money off the grid. You don't have to deal with that commute anymore. You could go live somewhere beautiful, make a few bucks. Like I was telling everybody earlier, before I was doing the stream, I would just trade from 9:30 to about 11:30, 11:45, make my money. That was it. That was a wrap. That was the rest of my day. And then I would spend the rest of my time enjoying myself. But now I'm a cave dweller. I'm inside all day, hanging out on the mic. So look at that 30-second. What are we doing over there? Could this be a shoulder right here? Created a head. should, and this is the neckline, it should pop up to here and then come down, make that shoulder again. Looks like it's turning around. So basically this is it, man. I just sit here and stare at this chart, try to figure out what signals it's given me. When I can identify a signal, I could take a trade. It's a lonely profession. Everybody's split for lunch. Nobody's talking to me. Look at the 5-minute chart. Might be a bear flag building over here. Looks like the 5 minutes rolling around a little bit. The 2-minute has rolled around. Let's see if it creates a pattern to make us tell us that it's reversing. Looks like the head and shoulders. It should come down a little bit right now, but it looks like the head and shoulders is playing out. It should come down and make this shoulder. So we're looking for it to come retrace down to somewhere around the 13-17 area, and that'll complete the right shoulder. And then we could argue that this would be a good entry right there, the 1475. So there it goes. It's kind of building that shoulder right now. If it doesn't keep going. Right, so we're looking for it to come down around here. That's about where it should be. Let's hope it doesn't go more. Gives us a nice pattern. Nope, blew up that pattern. Still could be a head and shoulders. Should turn around right about here. If it doesn't, then the head and shoulders blew up. We're not looking for the reversal, and it's going to test the low. There was an exhaustion pop, so I think it's going to test that low. I'm looking at my 1 minute, and that's looking bullish. My 2 minute actually is looking negative. It's turning around, and my 5 minute is still very, very bearish. So there you go. We broke the low, and it's making that march. This could be scary. Looks like we're making a move for that low of the day at 202. That 200 mark, there's a lot of congestion there. That was a hard mark to bust through. There's a lot of resistance, and I expect that there'll be a lot of support at 200. But I'm just feeling that this is just a lunchtime move, and after lunch, it's going to start trending back up. But again, we don't trade a feeling. We just do what the market tells us it's doing. So what do we got? 11:16. I'm going to take a half hour, so I'll hop back here at 12:16. I'm going to hop back here at 12:45. So I'll see you guys in about a half hour. Hey everybody. Sorry I was delayed. I actually, while we were off, I took this trade right here. I saw that obvious divergence after this run down, and looked like it was building that head and shoulders. So I took an entry right here, and came off at the 23, and then came off another piece over here, and then finally got whacked out right over here. I was trying to get another good runner, but can't really argue. I picked up about 5 points on the last third of the trade. But if you were watching, I mean, look, that nice aggressive run down, and then it kind of builds that head and shoulders pattern. But I actually took it before the head and shoulders pattern because of this severe divergence right here. Wasn't a great hammer, but I figured, I mean, look at my risk. It was less than $1. So I figured I would take that trade, and I'm happy I did. Got a little edgy here when it pulled back, but it looked like it was just building the head and shoulders. So I left it alone and let it go. And so that's 2 decent trades for the day. Not a bad day, not a bad day, not a bad day. And we're back above yesterday's low, but that's rather ominous that we made that. But if we close looking like this, then it's kind of an indecisive bar, and we'll just look for what goes on tomorrow. And I'm thinking tomorrow might make another inside. But we broke this trend line that we had that, like I said, was off the 60 from some time ago. But this line is from a while back too, and the market has just been, chopping around that center line. So that's why I left it in. And you can see the strength right there. Tested it here. We tested it all along here. Then when it came back, it, kind of traded around over here. So I just left it in there, and it looks like it's respecting it again, and that would be good. This gray line is the Keltner channel, and I'd like to see it close up above that for the day. And then I'm still positive on the market. Bullish, bullish, bullish. So that's what's going on. Hope everybody had a good lunch. McDonald's. Yeah, I'll tell you, man. I really like McDonald's, but it's just so bad for your body. I do everything I can to avoid it. Oh, what a drag. Look at that. It's going to keep running, man. It just knocked me out in that consolidation. I was way conservative. I just didn't want to sit there with a runner and just took what I had. Look at that, you son of a Siberian snake charmer. It's probably going to that 50% mark. It's 42.12. There she goes. Run, run, run. So you can't get 100% of the run, but a good way to gauge is you want to slowly cultivate yourself to try to capture 80% of the run. When you're capturing 80% of the run, you're really on your game. So, yeah, that's a way of gauging it. I mean, obviously, you're going to first work on your entries and your risk management and things of that nature. But once you're doing that, then just to improve your skill as a trader, your goal is to manage your trade to a point where you could pick up. Hey, Amanda. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing. If you're still listening, don't be afraid to hit the like. I really appreciate it. And no such thing as a bad question. So if you're new to trading and you're feeling intimidated, don't, because you're exactly the person I'm looking for. So ask any questions you like. And spread the word if you like what I'm saying. So anyway, you can, there we go, we're hitting the 50% right now. See that right there? I was knocked out right here at 207. What a drag, huh? I mean, that's another $4. Anybody else out there enjoying my presentation? Oh, look, there's a little gap right here. It's probably going to get a little bit of resistance at that gap right there. Oh, what a drag. Knocked me out. I would have enjoyed being in this run. What a drag, what a drag, what a mighty big drag. But here I am complaining, and it was two really good trades today. Would have been more if I wasn't gabbing away on the mic. See, my target would have been good too if I would have, I just kept squeezing my stop. If I didn't squeeze the stop, my target on the third piece would have been good. So you see that head and shoulders, if everybody's paying attention? That inverted head and shoulders. I guess you can argue it's an inverted head and shoulders. I mean, I really just played the divergence, and then, you know, it built this neckline right here. But I entered right down here based on the momentum moving up and the 1 minute supporting it. Whoop. And there she goes, baby. There she goes. Heading for that 55. Expand, expand, expand. Looks like AMC is putting in a double top right here. I'm looking at the 60-minute chart, and if anybody's interested in that, you could actually put a trend line in there and see if it turns around and goes the other way. You got to bust that pivot, though, on the daily, and I'll talk about that in my daily wrap-up. So if anybody's on here and has an interest in AMC, just check that out. So quiet afternoon. What's going on? Any content? Any questions out there? Anybody want to talk to me? Talk to me. I know you're out there. Oh, there you go, Mr. Producer. I did it in another live to get you YouTuber familiar with you. Maybe if it hits you up, you guys can link up and it can get you more subs. I see your subs jump up a little after I did it. Oh yeah, that's cool. Thank you, Mr. Producer, for spreading the word. I don't want to offend anybody in their house, but I appreciate that that you did that. Yeah, I was looking too. I did see a spike in viewers. But then they went away. Oh, and now they're back. So maybe a few of these guys want to learn how to trade, learn what trading's all about. Oh, look, we're at that gap that I pointed out, and we're just kind of consolidating right at that little gap right there. That's interesting. You see that, where my crosshair is? Momentum's rolling over a little bit, so it might come down, maybe test that cloud, and then hopefully it makes another move up. I'd like to see a move up. I would like. The Dow is down 272 points, less than 1%. Composites up, less than 0.5%. And S&P is only down 0.25%. So no bloodletting here. Be nice if the S&P closed on a hammer today. That's something I'd really look forward to seeing. And then it just shows the bullish sentiment in the market. And hey, that rises all ships. Looks like it might be making that push. We're flirting with that 55 mark. On the daily, if we can close up here, I find it very encouraging that we broke that low and then turned around and shot right back up. And it'd be great if the bulls win the day on this bar, or even create a nice hammer. It just goes to show you that it's moving up. Start testing that 257. What do we say? 338 is the next target we're looking for on a move up. But the day is still young. We still have the afternoon session, so anything could happen. Anything could happen. All right, I'm going to throw a little blues in my ear, try to get me into a vibe. So we made a good trade this morning, made a few bucks, and we hung out, and we were just waiting for a quality trade. Regrettably, everybody was at lunch, and I just had that Head and Shoulders that I took right here. And again, I really took it on the divergence, and took the run up. I got knocked out right over here, though. And look at this baby where it is. I got knocked out, and runs another 7 points. That is the trader's life, baby. We can't really regret that. Look at that at the 61%. I just squeezed that stop a little bit too much. So I'll just chill and see if I really doubt I'll find another trade I want to take. Although yesterday we did take a late trade, a late afternoon trade, I think it was. I believe, if I recall correctly. Tesla up $10 for the day, but I think it was just boring today, Tesla. Yep, just kind of zoomed around. Oh, there you go. There's a little bit of a move right there. Just hasn't been the same since November, man. Amazon would have been a good play. I didn't really watch it, so I didn't see anything in it. There's a little retrace right there. What time was that? 11:43. Yeah, everybody went to lunch. It just sold off. Just cruised its way up. Anybody have any stocks you want me to look at? Hey, I appreciate that, producer. Show your support. Yep. Support the channel. We'll get things going. You know, the likes go a long way. The subscribe, if you hit the subscribe, you hit the bell so you know when I drop things. Your comments are really helpful. Apparently, that is the YouTube appreciates that and favors me if I get a lot of comments. So chat away, man. Even if you want to call me names, that's all right. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Like, spread the word. Anything you can do. Build a nice big free folk nation. My free folk friends out there. Mr. Williams. Yeah, actually, I'm going to try to point out the two trades that I took in my end of the day wrap up. So this way you don't have to cruise right through everything. Oh, what happened? My music went off. So yeah, check that out. Check out that end of the day the EOD. It's listed as my EOD wrap, and it'll surmise some things that are going on. It'll make it easy for you. But yeah, it was actually a good trading day today. I picked up a couple of bucks. There were a few trades that I missed because I was gabbing, but that's all right. Yeah, that was a choice I made when I was going to do this channel. But there's a couple that we took part in, and then obviously, as you guys know, I have those income trades out there, just working, making money. So even if I miss a few trades, I'm still certain to get paid. Those 3 rules to trade I mentioned yesterday. Yeah, well, Mr. Producer 717, like I said, I'd rather be a specialist in 1 or 2 markets than jump all over the place. So, I mean, I don't mind looking at that stuff for you, but I mean, I'm not looking for other securities to trade. I mean, yeah, if you've been here all week, I mean, you've seen what I've done just with the SPX, and anything more would just be silly. I mean, it would be counterproductive. I could watch one market, I could see the trading patterns. I actually watch Amazon and Tesla, but SPX has been, or the S&P 500 has been presenting really solid setups, reliable setups, and we've just been ticking off. I think we had one losing trade like Tuesday, and then the next trade made up for it, and it just really whipped us out. Watching your spending limit, your risk. Okay, that's your interpretation of what I said. I don't recall saying spending limit, but yeah, you limit your risk. That's your first rule, or your first goal is risk management and capital preservation. Oh, look at that bad boy! It's right out at the open. Oh man. Oh, I just got to cry to you guys, man. I got knocked out right here. I had put my stop right where the crosshair is, and I got knocked out of that trade. So I entered right here, and I got knocked out of the trade right here. So I made a little bit. But like I said earlier, your goal is to capture 80% of the move. Man, I didn't even get half that move. What a drag. And really, this was like so riskless. I had taken 2 off already, so I banked money. I really just should have left my stop at a break even and seen where it went. But I just squeezed it right here because it was lunch, and boom, there it is. There it is. That would have been, oh, dude, I shouldn't really do this. That's not professional that I kick myself for what I've missed. So 97 to 22. That's 15 points, man. Boo-hoo. So, okay, let's get back to Mr. Williams. Yeah, when things run, yeah, you look for that topping pattern, look for it to turn around, Anth. Yeah, your first goal or first priority is to limit your downside, do risk management, control your risk. And your second priority is to execute trades beautifully according to your rules on executing a trade. Why you would take it. Like, this instance, I see a deviation. This moved down and this moved up, and I took that right there, and I put my stop right there. And I mean, I can't argue about the trade. I mean, my stop was, I was risking less than half $1, and I made a good return on it. So on my last third, 97, I made like 5 points on my last third, which is good. But if I was still in the bad boy, forget about it. It's going to be a screamer, man. I bet this baby's going positive right now. That would have been a sweet run. Drat. And then thirdly, you don't want to trade beyond your means of comfort. You don't want to be strung out. If you're strung out, you lower. You should reduce your risk. But you know, man, when I go, I don't know. I guess maybe you have to listen to the thing. When I go off on tangents, you gotta kind of try to capture it, because I really just get in the head and I start just spewing everything I've learned over the past 20 years, and I can't even recall what I told you. Making a lower high on the 5-minute. What chart are you looking at, man? I just have bars trending up. Are you looking at SPX? Antonio, my paisan. Where's my other paisan, Zach? I haven't heard from him. He must be lifeguarding it. SPX, dude, I don't know what you're looking at. This is my SPX 5-minute. I don't see any low, unless you're talking about that move. But it already, I mean, it's retracing that. This could be a lower high and turn around and come back down, but that's a lot of energy right there. And look, that momentum is bullish. I mean, this is definitely a lower low. So yeah, arguably it hasn't changed trend yet. You know, here's a high, here's a low, consolidated right here. Here's a high, traded down. Here's a low. You could say this is a higher low if it turns around. I mean, it may continue. It's a pretty big move. We're hitting a little resistance on something in the manner of the previous day, which I think might be the previous day's open right here. Oh no, this is the previous day's close right there. So we're hitting a little resistance in the previous day's close. And that's what's going on the 5-minute. What's it look like on that 32nd? Yep, there it is, previous day's close. Boom. Now it's bouncing between today's open and the previous day's close. Very interesting day. You think you said the wrong thing? Well, that's all right. We forgive you, man. You just started on the path. So you will say, hey, I've got years. Probably have more years in the industry than you are alive. Or I guess most guys over here. But actually, you seem like you got some years on you. And I still say the wrong thing. Yeah, it could be a lower high on the 5-minute. It could be a lower high. You did say a lower low, but I do that all the time. I mean, I call bull flags, bear flags, and lower highs, lower lows. I mean, yeah, you know. So yeah, here's a high, here's a low. This could be a lower high and come down. It could be entering consolidation. See, that's why we don't try to anticipate what's going on. We just trade what is going on. We don't anticipate what's going to happen. We trade what's happening. And we know from the other charts that we are at yesterday's open. Oh no, at yesterday's close. I'm sorry. And that's where the resistance lies right now. And you can see the value in those lines as targets. So, you know, I entered here, and I could have run this baby all the way up. I actually entered down, way down here on the 30. Oh, what a drag. So be careful, Ant. It could turn around, but you know, you look like you're building a bull flag right here. You got your move up over here. Your momentum is bullish on that. Momentum rolled over here on the 32nd, but we'll see if we make a double top here, if we bust through that. And if you just joined the channel or you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe, hit the like, hit the bell, hit me up in the chat. I'd love to talk to you, answer a few questions. Lots of people participate here, and hopefully they're learning a little something about making money consistently as a trader. So now we have that 5-minute bull flag building on the S&P 500. And there's the 5-minute chart right there. And we'll see what happens. The entry would trigger breaking the 2228. I mean, this is quite a run up, though. You said the wrong thing. Good. You're waiting to see what that does next. That's it, baby. Be a good predator. Okay, so Amazon's pushing through. And it looks like... I can't really say that the composite is doing anything impressive. Russell's looking to test its high. If the NASDAQ starts moving up and breaks that pivot high, then it's going to just drag the S&P up. If you guys are looking at, I have those on the other app, so that's why I don't bring it in. But if you're looking at the composite, you could watch the composite and get an indication of what the S&P is going to do. So it looks like NASDAQ's trying to make that move, and it's dragging the S&P up with it. And Amazon's pushing up. And the Russell's pushing up. The Dow's taking a beating. It looks like everybody's rolling out of the opening trades, you know, the opening economy trades, and rolling into tech. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. So that's why the Dow's down, and the other markets are doing fairly well. I don't want to see this move fail. I'd like to see it just bust out and make a positive day. I mean, you know, the bar's already turning green. You know, so we opened lower than we are right now. Which, I mean, after that move down, that's a big representation of a bullish presence. I mean, if we close in a hammer, tomorrow's a layup for a bull day. Bull day. Here you go. Is that 5-minute going to trigger? There's the trigger right there. See, Anth, you were looking for a pullback, but you have to be willing to maybe play it long, you know, and you stay agile like that, and you won't miss out on any moves. But there's a serious divergence on the 1 minute, and well, let's demonstrate that. Here's that divergence on the 1 minute. I mean, it could still blow back, and the divergence doesn't really trigger until it breaks right here. But it's definitely showing me a divergence right there. The 2 minute isn't as obvious. The 2 minute, the momentum is just flattening. Ba-dum. So this bar closes in 46 seconds, and then the trigger for the bear flag becomes the high of this bar. And your stop would go below the lowest part of the flag. Has everybody else left me? Just me and Ant? Hell, I could just shut down the channel and go hang out at his house. You have a double top in your 1 minute. Yes, that's what I was talking about with the divergence. Zinc, there's the double top, and this momentum, not the, really a divergence. Yeah, I guess you can call it a divergence. I mean, it would be fair to say it made that top, and the momentum's fading off. And it looks like it's getting ready to trigger it. So the actual trigger would be at 2010. And if it breaks that, you can get ready for that move on down. Move on down. But yeah, you know, you still can argue that there's a flag building on the 5 minute. I mean, this is a pretty decent run, so a retrace is not impossible. And you should get your fib ready, Ant, if you're gonna go, if you're gonna take a put or play this to the downside. Your first target would be the 16. The 2360%, you know, 42 1640, and then you know your goal ultimately is the 420938. If it gives it to you, because look, it's pushing up, and maybe it's going to trigger that that flag. And then I'd probably have, you see this congestion right here where I'm circling with my crosshair. That would probably be my first off. First off, oh, there she goes, Aunt. There she goes. 2253. I'm not taking that trade, by the way. Just too much run, and I just knocked off a decent trade. Ah, good to hear. Thanks, Miss Carey. Thanks for the feedback. Oh, you got the fib? Good man, good man. Good stuff today. Learned a few things. I'm off now. Talk soon. Yep, Finn, thanks for stopping in, man. Talk to you soon. Where's my Bulgaria buddy? I haven't heard from him today. I hope he doesn't abandon us. I wanted somebody to hang out with in Bulgaria. Bulgaria. Oh, there he goes. It's triggering. So if it triggers, which I think it did, then the next resistance will be the high of the flag, which is 223. And did it trigger? Did it trigger? 222.53. 58. Yeah, it triggered, but just a couple of ticks. So if you entered that bull flag, you would put your stop right down here at the 219.96, and that's if it breaks that, then the flag doesn't work, the idea doesn't work, and you get the hell out and you take your loss and you look for the next trade. Amazon made a double top and it's pulling back, but the composite is actually broke that pivot high, and it looks like it's trying to push up further. The Russell is doing the same. The S&P is the only lagger right now, and the Dow is just holding around down 200. It's not participating in this run, but this is pretty good. But on the 30-minute, see here lies the problem. Well, it looks like it's getting weak, but this is getting a little long in the tooth, although it's looking negative. So I don't know that if it breaks, it's going to make a very big move to the downside, because yeah, you know, the channel's getting a little long, and as it keeps creeping alongside, you'll see the momentum will just fade out. So if you gotten this trade on that trigger, it looks more and more probable. See, now, just based on that last tick on the 30-minute, you could see that the momentum is starting to roll a little bit. So I would be encouraged. And look, that's an encouraging bar. 30 seconds to that bar closes. That's a nice strong bar. All right, cool, Kerry. Have a nice evening. It was good hearing from you again today. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I know you got to jump. Yep, life goes on. It's not all about trading. I have a bit of work to do this weekend to catch up on what I've been neglecting around the house. So if anybody joined me and doesn't mind doing so, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. You could hit the Cash App. It's down in the description. And hit me up in the chat. Let me know if there's any questions, something you want me to look at, what my opinion is on something. Obviously, we don't offer financial advice. I'm just trying to show people how I trade. But I can give you a spin on trading and what a stock looks like on a technical aspect. Well, we could talk about anything because we usually do that here in off-grid trading. We get into some very interesting conversations. You could see a little reverse trend on this, that it looks like it's about to break. Well, not really a reverse trend, but a little trend right there. It's not a reverse trend. It's actually consistent. And it keeps putting a test on that high. There it goes again, testing it again. And you can see the momentum flattening out. So it gets more and more encouraging. And there's the break. Go, baby, go, baby, go. I'm not in it, but if anybody took it, Ant, if you took that bear flag trigger, there you go. And I think we had a target. Oh, yeah, we were saying this congestion right here. So your first target would be 22.26. Come on, keep the steam. Keep it going. I don't know, man. I don't like the momentum on the other charts. I mean, the 5 is still very positive. But look at the 2. You know, it's just waning. I'd be squeezing this with a stop. I'd probably have a stop at a break even just based on that chart. Here's the 1 minute. You know, not an encouraging but the 5 minute, I mean, still looks very, very bullish. Oh, I would be knocked out of the trade right there. And that's not what you want to see. I mean, if it breaks and it breaks the high, you want to see it keep running. You don't want to see it pull back like that. I mean, this bar still got 2 minutes to go, but I don't like that move, especially on the 30. I mean, if I look at it in the 30, that's not what a break's supposed to look like. It's supposed to take off. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. You didn't take it? Yeah, I don't think you're going to miss anything. Yep, good call, man. Yep. You definitely wanted a little more go to it before you jumped in. Yeah. Well, okay, so the 5 minute, I mean, like I said, the bar didn't finish yet, but I didn't like the looks of the 1 minute or the 30-second, for that matter. And the fact that it had such a large run would make me apprehensive too. So I would have been knocked out of this bad boy because I would have went to a break even once it started pulling back. And there it goes. Mm-mm. I'm sorry I'm being quiet. I'm just watching the market, seeing what it's doing. So it would have been a viable setup. That bear flag would have been good. I guess we would have taken the bear flag on the 5-minute. We should have just played the bear flag on the 5-minute. That bar didn't close, and it just kept pushing up. It just, the momentum on the other two made me uncomfortable. So, again, I would have been knocked out of this trade at a break even. And it's not even screaming. It's doing another pullback. And really, you don't want to chase them. So you see this move. I mean, a lot of people made money on that move. So it's not unreasonable to assume that there's going to be a little profit taking in it. You can move that fib up and look for it. But this is the goal we talked about if you did take that trade, which is 42.26.55 is where you would be one off. And then your next target would be, I think, this might be the opening of the following day. Or this is the high today. Let's see. Oh, that's the high of the day. Oh, that's cool, man. And look at that. That high got tested twice. That's a good resistance. If you can get energy and bust through that, then you're probably going after that pivot high after that. Looky, looky, looky how this all lays out before us. See, when you know the signals, man, it's just like reaching into the market and taking out some money. That's me knocking wood. Don't want to drink some myself. Don't want to be arrogant in the face of the stock gods. It's all right. I'll kill something in their honor. So what else is going on out there? AMC's holding around that 61 area. What do we say? It had to break that 64 to get intimidating. Might do it in the aftermarket. Composite's up over 100. It's moving now, baby. It's going close to up 1% for the day. S&P's positive, but only a fraction of a percent. There she goes. Hasn't quite hit the target that we're looking for yet, but she's making her move. Any questions? Anybody want me to look at anything? Talk to me. Yeah, it's starting to make sense. Yeah, that's how it is, man. You look at it long enough and everything just clicks. It just clicks. But don't be rash. Keep going. Get some good disciplined trades under your belt. When you're fluid in the markets and just moving in and out and harvesting cash on your paper account, then you roll over and start playing with a little loot. There's a little bit of pressure involved when you start trading cash, and you just need to be real comfortable to overcome that. And a week does not do it. If you can go a straight month, and at the end of the month you're profitable, and you ran good trades. And good trades does not mean that each trade made money. Good trades means that you stuck to your rules, stuck to your disciplines, and stuck to your risk management rules. And if you could do that for a month straight, then you probably could start trading. Nope, I didn't even talk about Ford today. But my thoughts are that I like the company. I like Ford. They have a huge distribution channel, and they have phenomenal product. And I even like the management of Ford. And the electric pickup, I think, barring my thoughts on it as equipment, I think that it's an excellent product, because there are a lot of yahoos in the city that need to drive a pickup truck, which I don't understand that. Oh, look at that daily bar on SPX, man. It went green. It's going to be a hammer. Let's hope the day closes like that. We still have plenty of time. So anyway, on Ford, get up here. Oh, there you go. That was rather quick, eh? I mean, technically, I'm bullish on the company. I mean, it could trade off, but on a daily, I'm bullish. What exactly do you want to know about it, Mr. DP? No, you're not ready for cash yet, at least not after following me for a week and 3 days. You know, and yeah, I mean, yesterday you were kind of yahooing it up, or maybe that was the day before. But today you seem quite disciplined and calculating. So I think you're on the path, but I would go a month at least. And you should be journaling your trades, what you did right, what you did wrong. And if you could execute for a month without being a yahoo, sticking to your disciplines, not moving your stops, taking your losses when necessary, and not over trading, then you know, if you make that assessment, you may find that you're ready to trade. So on the 60-minute, it looks like it's rolling around. It's getting ready to go positive. This is an inside bar, Mr. DP. Yeah, you know, just for the day to trade. And what time is it? In a half hour, that bar is going to close. If the next bar breaks this, I mean, that could be your entry point if you're looking to go long on this. But I don't know what more I could tell you. I mean, you know, fundamentally, I've always been a fan of Ford. As a matter of fact, during 2007, when all the car companies were closing down and their $100 bonds were $3, were they $3 or $30? I think they were $3. Anyway, I was a huge buyer of those bonds, and my clients and my firm made millions off of when everybody was just running and General Motors was packing up and declaring bankruptcy. So yeah, Ford, I'm a big fan. I don't know what short trades are. You know, I mean, I invest for the long term. If I take a piece of Ford, I'll probably take it and never sell it. You know, and that's what how I invest, unless something fundamentally changes in the company and it's no longer a good company. 2 or 3 months out, who knows what they're going to do? You know, I mean, if you bought Ford today and look back at it in 20 years, I'm pretty confident that that baby's going to be up. Yeah, you know, and that's how I invest. And if I'm trading, it's intraday. I really don't have anything in between that. You know, like a 3-month-old, 4-month-old. I mean, fundamentally, the company could break down, or you know, change management or something. Some fundamental will change that I don't like, and I'll get out of it. Point in case, AT&T. Yeah, you know, owned the company for many years, made a lot of money with the company, paid dividends. They changed their structure. They changed their dividends. I got out of the stock. It had nothing to do with a time frame or anything like that. So investing fundamentally is investing fundamentally. And when the fundamentals change, that's when you change your position on it. But, yeah, you know, I mean, I don't see any get-rich-quick opportunity in Ford. What on earth am I dropping here? So S&P's just gone down. But I appreciate the input, man. I appreciate, sharing and getting taking my advice. I think he means a swing trade. Yeah, I mean, based on that inside bar, I can see an entry if I wanted to go long on that. A swing trade. So you could trade a swing trade or look for a swing trade the same way we're looking for the intraday trades, just using the same patterns and the same theories on a longer time frame. And, I mean, it just makes high probabilities. So if you wanted to just do a swing trade on the market, which I don't do that because I don't like going overnight with options. You can argue that this is a hammer depending on where it closes today, and take the break of the hammer with your stop down below the hammer. So, I mean, you see what your exposure is here, pretty big. But, we would take a hammer like that on an intraday chart if we saw it. Obviously it wouldn't be that big, and then away it goes. Or you could look for a double bottom on a daily, or a divergence, or a trend reversal, which you could see the momentum here moving down, and then it reverses right here. So you could take that hammer and boom, swing trade, and you just run it up. So everything I'm showing here, Mr. DP, if you're still with me, every entry I'm showing here, you could just apply to a higher time frame if you're looking to go out further. So, if you're going to trade the daily, it's probably a couple of week hold. If you're going to trade the weeklies, then you can start looking at monthly holds and big moves, big moves. But it's not something I regularly do. I have my investments, and then at the end of the day, I have my peace of mind because I'm all cash. And this S&P is just grinding up off of that 5-minute bull flag. You could even look for flags on the on higher time frames. Look, just grinding up after that bull flag. So here's our next target, or our next point of resistance, is the 2768 mark, which we're kind of flirting with that right now. And then we're looking for the high of the day. See if we challenge that high of the day. It seems like there's a lot of volatility coming back into the market, which is really not like a summer market. But if that happens, we're going to make a lot of money. A lot of money. Good for you. You know what? I couldn't argue with going long Ford. I like it. But hey, if you like what I do, subscribe, like, bell, and tell a friend. Yeah, that was an interesting time in 2007, 2008. Car dealers shutting down, local dealers. I mean, General Motors going bankrupt. Did a lot of homework on those bonds. And they were paying like 67% because they went down so far. I don't know if you guys understand bonds, but the yield goes up as the price goes down. And they went down so aggressively that they were paying 67%. So if we held it for a year, we cut our risk in half. And, I just went mad buying. I was probably the only guy out in the street buying Ford bonds. I mean, people were throwing them at me. And, millions and millions I put into that thing. Clients' funds. I even did it myself, and proprietary funds for the firm. I think within 3 years it was back at $100 a bond. So lots of people loved me. The regulators didn't like me because I charged everybody an arm and a leg, and they thought I overcharged people for my work. I don't know where they get off deciding what my work is worth. Tales of a Stock Jockey. That's what I should call the website. You were a kid holding silver trying to hedge the dollar. I mean, what kid thinks like that, man? That's pretty cool. You know, most kids are holding an action figure or a video game, you know. So, I mean, unless you're an old cat and, you look at like 30-year-olds as kids. Paid for my school. Yeah, get that money back. Yeah, money could be made in those days. I mean, at one point, everybody was questioning whether the U.S. currency was going to be viable. But if you saw your way clear, there was lots of opportunity out there, lots and lots of opportunity. And it's funny. I had a buddy who opened up a developing company. He was developing homes, and he wanted me to go in with him. And I was like, dude, you're out of your mind, man. I don't want to be sitting in real estate capital, tied up in real estate, worried about taxes and just eating into the profit margin. But he went into it very conservatively, and the guy was so good at building houses that, and so good at designing them, that he was selling them even during that recession. He was selling them, and markets were tanking. Real estate markets were tanking. He was still selling houses. And now he's a pretty big developer to this day. Actually, I think I mentioned him before. I kind of work with him on keeping track of commodity costs and stuff like that. He's an old high school friend, but it scared me off. Oh, you made money off your financial aid money? Loop and loop. You're a smart dude. Yeah, some people would just have a knack for making money and making things work. And some people just have no foresight whatsoever. They just burn themselves. I got a buddy like that too. I could use his nickname. Nah, I won't. This guy, I mean, I love him to death. I know him since I was 15. But I've never seen anybody more self-destructive in my life than him. I mean, it's so consistent that I keep telling him, yo, whatever you think, just do the opposite. And it's a home run. But he never stops, man. Always tries to be a businessman. Always, never gave up. Never loses confidence in himself. Keeps going and going and going. Just makes bad decisions. Blatantly bad decisions. Yeah, it's flirting with the high of the day. It looked like, and even Amazon too. Amazon is making new highs. Just rejected its last new high. But we're up 398. I like it. We busted the open. I can't find the high. Where are you? Anybody like white stripes? Yeah, actually, a high is 31.79. We're not there yet, but we're moving up towards it. $31.57. Actually, I misspoke. Nope, I forgot. Dave should not sing into the mic. I think I should take roll call. I would really like to know who's with us. So we have a good stream. We have good audio. Yo, see how this is all coming together, huh? Who remembers the good old days when you couldn't even make out what I was saying and my charts wouldn't load and I kept getting knocked off 2 or 3 times a day? Oh, God bless you guys. You stuck through all that. See, that's why you don't have to worry. If the channel blows up, I will be accessible to you. But even under those circumstances, we made money. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It looks like we might be making a nice hammer for the day. It's 2 o'clock. Anything could happen, man. We know what happens at the end of the day. Everybody just sells. And we tumble. But hopefully we keep the faith. We get that hammer. And we know where we're going. Where are we going? And today's Thursday, right? So I shouldn't be making any moves as far as fixed income goes. I wonder what Virgin Galactic's doing. What are you doing? She's up $1.50. Not bad. Up 4% for the day. Looks like it's consolidating and going to make a move. You know I love me some space. TBT. Oh, man. I guess interest rates dropped. That's all right. We'll let it sit. It's a long-term play. Viacom. That's down $1. Looks like it's testing a lower trend. Yeah, just not a good day for the Dow. Even Exxon's down. Oh, look at that triple top on the 32nd, huh? And let's see. The momentum faded. Oh, I'm so distracted. I hope this doesn't become a habit. Any instruments? When I was a kid, I played the drums, but it's really not my thing, man. I'm really just not good, which is amazing because my children are so talented. One of them is a composer. The other one is really good on the violin, but she's more of an artist than a musician. But they take after their mama, who used to play in an orchestra. So, yep, nope, not me. Can't even carry a tune. I'm more into writing and business, really. I mean, my whole life, that's all I really ever thought about. Superstars to me are like Warren Buffett and Jack Walsh and some of the old-time bigger businessmen. And Munger, Buffett's partner. Oh, do you play violin? Yeah, big sissy. No, I'm just kidding. What kind of Italian guy plays violin? Yo, one of my daughters plays the mandolin. Oh, you're a music teacher percussionist? Nick Dillon. Cool. So you know what? You should do well with this because this is just pattern recognition, right? And I think that musicians have a strong pattern recognition ability, for lack of a better term. And guitar and piano, love it. Yeah, you know what? I know that I would have taken great joy out of being able to make music because I really enjoy music. But it just doesn't click with me. You know what I'm saying? But as far as writing, I like to write. And I've had some things published, but nothing really tremendous or impressive. But little things. I think in my whole writing career, I've made maybe $5 off of it. But just the idea that somebody was willing to publish some of my work was pretty cool. I never really pursued it. Just kind of tripped over it and somebody had an interest. But, I mean, I have stacks and stacks of writing. So I guess everybody needs to find a creative outlet one way or another. I mean, really, for most of my life, my creative outlet was creating a business or businesses. Look at that sell-off, huh? You know what happened? I started to get happy about that hammer. So we're going to test that trend line again, and let's see if we hold that thing. And what time is it? It's 2 o'clock. Man, oh man, that's aggressive. What's tanking? Actually, S&P is leading the way down. Composite turned around doing the same thing. The Russell is trading off, but not as aggressively. And what are we talking about here? 27 to 20. We're talking about 4 points. It looks worse than it is. It's just so dramatic. Oh, the humanity. Flying model airplanes? Yeah, that's cool. I used to fly the real thing. I really don't fly much anymore after my heart attack, and the FAA insists that I take statins out of their ignorance. So it's a big problem. Actually, I have a lawsuit against them trying to get my ticket back. Did you buy some puts at the beginning of this downturn? Good for you, man. And was it that triple top that you saw that got you in? Beginning. You did it twice. So that triple top got you in. That would have been a good entry. Yep. Being that I trade for a living, I should have taken that too. But again, I'm stuck on the mic. I guess this mic is like my crack. Just keeps calling my name. Looks like we're doing a last kiss on that trend. Oh, and it popped up. That's interesting. That's a lot of buying. What is motivating that? Things getting crazy. Come on back. Look, on the 32nd, you could see that volatility on the way down, and now it's respecting the cloud. And whenever you see volatility, I find that cloud is a really, really good target. I just wonder if this is just a lower high to continue a move down. 30-second obviously is going to turn with that move. The 1 minute's flattening out. The 2 minute, I don't know. What would we call that? Would we say that's bearish? No, it hasn't really created a bear move. I guess we could argue that it's somewhat bearish and beginning a trend down. So we'll see. I mean, this is a bear flag on the 2 minute that's building. So it could do it. Or we could be looking at a head and shoulders. But I don't really see anything I would argue is a really solid shoulder. So let's just see what develops. That's a good catch, Ant. $9 grand. Ming. That's a lot of money. How many options are you trading? How many contracts are you trading? Yeah, that's cool. No losing trades. Yes, you get those days. How many contracts are you trading? And could you argue that you had a very disciplined day, or did you let it trade through stops? So I would like you to answer those two questions for me. How many contracts you're trading, and do you feel you had a very disciplined day? Uh-oh. Are you backing away, Anth? You're not giving that information up? Okay, the reason why there you go. Trading 10, and I am basing this off of that. In the future, I would be comfortable with starting with 25K. Yeah, that's cool. And so 900 9 times, yeah, it's a $9,000 trade. Cool. And if you're trading with 25K, that's an area I would be comfortable with. All right. And then you're just peeling them off, I hope. And how about the discipline part? And the reason I bring that up, first of all, obviously the 10, because I want to make sure that you're trading how you would normally trade. And that's important. And you'll see once you start trading live that was important. The other point is that a lot of times people let it trade through or take a lot of heat in a trade. Heat meaning you're taking a loss and just sit on it and then in hopes that it turns around. And it does often, and that's the problem. Guys say, okay, I'm a trader and I'm good at trading, and really they're just, they'll see like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 in losses before the stock turns around. And like I said, that happens often, but the one time it doesn't happen and it goes the other way is what wipes you out. And I promise you, if you don't control your loss or your risk, that's going to happen. That's exactly how people blow up their accounts. So I know stop losses, you end up taking a lot of losses and the stocks run and everything like that. But, again, we're playing the law of large numbers. And if you maintain that consistency, you're going to end up making money. I do feel it was a disciplined day because there were 2 times where I felt like I wanted to keep going, but I sticked to my stops. All right, cool, man. Cool. Good. That's important. Okay, but you know what? You go over that. I mean, it's not my hard, fast rule that I only take 3 trades. I take good trades. If I see 10 good trades in a day, I'm going to take them. If I make money first thing, then the quality of the trade has to increase with each next trade for me, and that's just because I'm a big sissy and I don't want to give anything back. But if I see good trades, I'm taking them, man. But knowing the manner in which I trade and in my experience, like 3 trades is a lot of trades for me during the day. But I mean, there have been days that I've traded 10 trades, no problem. It's just good trades. You can't pass up a good trade. But you don't want to catch every run. It's just like, oh, that's really looks like real good quality. I'm going to take it. I swear that was proper English in my head. Well, that's what counts, man. What your reality is. So yeah. I mean, you don't hold fast to that rule. But what's important is a lot of young traders overtrade, and they'll find, if they eliminated some of the poorer quality trades, they're probably a very consistent trader. Consistently profitable. So that's important. And right now is a time to just exercise those disciplines and learn how to trade properly. And then, you know what? You're going to be stepping in and out of the market just making money. And I've seen it 1,000 times. You know, on both ends. I've seen 1,000 times guys blow themselves up and go the wrong way, and I've seen tons of young guys go the right way and make lots of money. So like when you're trading at a desk at a firm, they give you a set of rules that you have to follow. And if you break those rules, because somebody's analyzing your trades at the end of the day, if you break those rules, they'll take you off the desk. And you know, you may spend a week getting everybody's coffee, and then you know, on your next infraction, you might spend a month getting everybody coffee, but eventually they'll just say, all right, you're done. Oh, I just caught that. So 2 days ago, I was chasing trades to get back what I lost. Yeah, that's called vengeance trading. And in result, I blew up my account. Yep. Yeah, that's what happens. You get vengeful. Your goal is not to make back what you lost. Your goal is to make good trades. And you know, it's part of the business. Some days you lose. I mean, you could lose for a month straight. You know, and that's why you control your risk. You stay in the game. So you know, you just accept that. But sometimes when you took a losing trade, it's because the market's turning around, and you could see that entry on the turnaround, and you go the other way. You don't try to go the other way because the trade didn't work. You go the other way when you say, oh man, look at that, this thing is really turning around. Yeah, you know, there's an entry to the downside. Boom, you take that and you close out your long. So yep, don't get vengeful. You know, that's another hard emotion to overcome. Man, these are pearls of wisdom. That's it. Everybody expect a bill in the mail. But in the interim, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell, and keep chatting, because YouTube loves some chats. And tell a friend, man. Spread the word. Tell a friend. Let them know what's going on over here at Off-Grid Trading with my nation of free folk, learning how to make a living off the grid. Just kind of zipping around right here, man. What time is it? Oh my God, 2 hours. Anything could happen. I want a hammer. I want a hammer. Anybody else out there? I know Kerry left us. We haven't heard from Miss Liz. Like 95% of the viewers, according to the statistics, is male. Oh, I wonder how I could attract more female traders. Yeah, well, yeah, you know, it's for some people. Hey, my kids are in a finance family, you know. I mean, took care of them their whole lives. They have absolutely no interest in it whatsoever. But you know what? If he's a young guy, he'd probably be better off just hopping into a trading firm. You know, being an apprentice right on the desk, and learn how to trade. As opposed to YouTube University. Oh, look at this baby, man. What are we doing here? Looking at the 5 minute. Looks like we're just going to test that 23. And all the markets are doing the same. Just fading out. Boo. $9 an hour. Is he young? Yeah, yep, I know the personality type. But yo, yeah, you need to socialize the guy, get him out there. What's going on? I hear things bubbling over here. Just turned 18 and got a social security number. Yeah, you guys are a bunch of interesting characters over there. What is this little move down? Looks like Amazon made a reversal. But, yep. The Russell is fading out. The NASDAQ is in a downtrend. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? We're doing the last kiss on this yesterday's open. I can't figure it, guys. I can't figure it. I don't know what the market wants to do. I know what it gave us, a couple of toppings and a few good trades. We're in the afternoon session. Do you like 3x ETFs? 3 times ETFs? Well, the fundamental difference, I made 70K realized gains this year on options. Good man. AMC to the moon. I came in to pump AMC. Hey, man, we support you. Go, baby, go, baby, go. 3 times EF. So, like, if you're trading an ETF on the Dow and it trades 1 time, every buck the Dow moves, the ETF moves a buck. If you're trading a 3x, then every buck the Dow moves, the ETF moves $3. So, yeah, it can be very aggressive. I've seen a lot of 3-time shorts. Like, I think there's a 3-time short on the Dow. I think it's SDow ETF. Very aggressive. But, yeah, you know, it could be aggressive in the other way, too. I mean, if you're the wrong way in that ETF, then, you know, the losses could stack up pretty quick. So that's basically it. I mean, I don't understand what you mean fundamental difference. Are you talking about the fundamentals of the ETF? I don't know what the equity value or the management fees or the net cap of the ETFs are. So I don't know what the fundamentals of those are. But I'm sure you could find that on most platforms that you trade on. They should have some financial avenue for that. Wyatt Carlton, named after two cowboys. So buttons. So that's my view, DP. So you know, it depends on how aggressive you want to be on that trade and what your risk tolerance is, if they're good or not. And then you should really look at the management of the ETFs, like that USO ETF on oil. I mean, those guys got hammered and did a reverse, I think a 5-to-1 reverse split, and just beat the crap out of their clients because they're relatively new traders that run that ETF, and they just got themselves in a pickle. So you got to see who's managing the ETFs. Got themselves in a pickle on that USO. That's when oil went negative. The contracts were negative value, man. I've never seen that in my life, in my trading career. But the forward contracts weren't negative, but the current month's contracts were negative. But that's taking into account the value of oil at that moment and the cost of trucking it and putting it through a pipeline and everything. So the net result was like a negative value. It would cost you to move oil, and the contracts represented it at that time. It was very interesting. But yeah, forward looking, I mean, the contracts were like $30 a share, or represented a $30 price. Yeah, I don't know if Wyatt's going to stick around. I think he just wanted to hype up that AMC. $62.39. It's kind of flirting with that high, trying to break through that. Looks like it's going to put the move on it right now. Amazon's looking to pop its high of the day. Go, baby, go, baby, go. Let's take the peeky at AMC, since Wyatt is so enthusiastic about it. Yeah, it's having a little troubles. No. Looks like it just triggered a little flag. Not behaving how we'd like to see a flag behave. Get up there. I mean, it hasn't even challenged that 64, let alone that 62. So right now the test is going to be the 63.17. It's got to bust that for that flag to be good. If it breaks the 58, then the flag is no good. And when a bullish move breaks or fails, it usually turns bearish. So that's what we should be watching. You got that, Wyatt, if you stuck around? Yeah, it's only 2 o'clock, right? 2:16. Yep. Anything could happen, man. This is afternoon session now. Seems a little dry. Keep our eyes open for a breakout. Zinc. No, this is kind of what I remember yesterday's afternoon breakout looking like. And it busted out of this little congestion. Yep. Hey, you stuck with us. Hey, Wyatt. That's cool. So what's your cost on AMC? Share with us. We'll give you some screen time. You guys like Hendrix? I'm listening to Hey Joe. See, you can't even write that song these days. They'll say he's advocating violence against women. Amazon just busted through its high. That's encouraging. Apple's not breaking through its high yet, but looks like it's heading for it. Financials are just flat. Just been consolidating all day. Oil's been consolidating. Tesla's been consolidating for the afternoon. It really feels like people are rolling back into tech. Composites up 131. Who was trading QQQs yesterday? I think it was Dieter. Holding 200 shares at an average cost of $11.27. Cool. Did you harvest any profits yet? Or are you protecting your downside with stops? What are you doing to make sure you don't get hurt on this? I mean, that's not bad for a $2,200 investment, man. You bank those profits and start trading like a professional. All right, Ant, I'll talk to you soon. You're selling calls against your long position. That's cool. So you're harvesting a little profits. That's good. I mean, if it starts running, you might get caught behind the 8 ball. It's got to bust out of that 64 today, and that's going to make the shorters take a second look. Ding, ding. Because they were hoping to fill this gap and at least be able to mitigate their loss right around there. But you break that 64, that's going to make them take a second look at this. And then breaking that 72, you're definitely going to start seeing people close out those shorts and then wait for you guys to leave this thing alone and fade into that run up. Or at least if I was short this, that's how I would play it. And being that I used to be one of them, that's probably what they're thinking. Apple, Tesla. Well, yeah, I take directionals on Tesla, not Apple. There's not enough move in that sucker. I mean, people have mentioned that to me, but it doesn't move enough. Amazon and Tesla, I see some action. It's been a little dry, but as opposed to the SPY, I trade options on the S&P 500, and the pattern's going to be the same. You know, it's just the price difference. So, you know, I mean, I can go with that. The QQQs, I think you can get options on the NASDAQ also. I'm not certain. But, yeah, you could do it on QQQs also. That's a lot of markets. I mean, me personally, I like to focus on 1 or 2 markets and just be an expert in those markets. I mean, really, every day you're just looking to make money, right? So you don't need to trade everything. You just want to make money every day. So I find that it's better to focus. There's no such thing as multitasking. It's multi-distracting. And you'll just be more efficient with the fewer markets you trade. And I'm just talking about trading. I mean, if you do investing, then you know, obviously you're not sitting there watching it all the time, and you can be very diverse in that. And that's my opinion. And I'm sure it's worth a like at the very least, and a subscribe, and a bell. Anybody else want to talk to me? I mean, I'm happy to talk to Wyatt, but let's chat it up. My boy Anthony's gone, so it might get a little quiet in here. Haven't heard from my buddy Zach. I don't know what he's playing with over there, paper trades or young girls. You big old lifeguard, you. You did all three? Very good. Ah, Mr. Williams, I'm here listening. All right, cool. Feel better once old friends rear their heads. My 2-week-old friend. Oh, I don't know if I need my glasses or I don't. No, this is terrible. What the years take away from you. So now it just looks like we entered a consolidation right here on the market. It's just not doing anything. I mean, I'm looking at that on the 1 minute, on the 2 minute, on the 5 minutes, just kind of zigging around. It's probably going to consolidate, bore us, and then just infuriate us into the close. Ah, Mr. Dillon, how are you? Do you recommend for beginner traders to start trading with SPY and QQQs? Well, my friend, I can't make any recommendations because I mean, you know, even to interpret the term beginner, I mean, it's a matter of what you're comfortable with. So what I recommend is you evaluate your risk and just not be uncomfortable with how much you've invested. And if you ever feel like the market is moving against you and you're uncomfortable and you're getting nervous about the trade and frightened about the trade, then you're trading too much. You know, you need to be very comfortable to make good decisions. So you trade what you're comfortable with. SPY, QQQ is you know, they're fine instruments. But as a beginner, I certainly recommend that you trade a paper account until you're accustomed to the setups that you're going to take. You have a good set of rules. You're comfortable with the equipment you're using, you know, the software and everything. And then when you're consistent, then you venture your money, you know. The money's your business. It's like if you're a carpenter and you're throwing away your hammer. You know, you get rid of your hammer, you can't make any money. So you know, you burn through your cash, you can't make any money. So you know, just no matter what the instrument, just paper trade it. And look, you know, years and years and years of looking at the markets. And if I jump into another market or another vehicle, I may paper trade it. You know, sometimes even if I take a long vacation, I might paper trade for a day or two just to get my teeth sharp. You know, make sure my game is on. You know, don't be in a hurry to make money. You know, and that's what these Reddit situations do to new traders. Makes them very eager to make money, in a hurry to make money. There's always another trade around the corner. Keep that in mind. You go slow, methodical, learn the skill, learn the trade, not learn to trade, but learn the trade and trade. Like all the stuff I hear from people popping on is so inconsistent with what professional traders do. You know, it blows my mind. And everybody wants to be a professional trader. And the reason they're professional traders is because they're consistent. They make money every year, and you know, they're disciplined, and you know, it's just a probability of mathematics. It's really a boring, calculating career, And if it's not that, you're doing something wrong, man. You know, if this is where you're getting your excitement, you know, that's what you're doing. You're getting excitement, but you're not building a career as a trader if that's your goal. You know, the best traders I know, most boring people I've ever met. You know, they're so dry, they're so methodical. It's unbelievable. I'm fortunate. I think because I enjoy meditating and I've been doing it since I'm like 12. I think I'm able to alter my personality and maintain a sense of stability, I guess, when I'm trading, which wasn't always the case. I used to be an emotional character when I traded, and you know, I'm still a bit of a cowboy, but never when I trade. So that's the attitude you got to have. It's got to be smooth and steady. Book recommendations, like I've been telling everybody, Trade Like a Professional, I think it is, or Trading for a Living, actually. It's called Trading for a Living. And they have it on Audible, and it's good to listen to. And it's excellent. I mean, I even go back and listen to it nowadays. And that's actually your best start. And there's others. And really, I think the first move when you're studying trading is study the psychology of trading. And there are a lot of guys out there who are traders and psychologists that write these books that are really good about trading. So, yeah, Nick, that's probably the first one I would recommend. Trading for a Living. It's old. I mean, it's been around a long time, but you got to say that those principles still hold true. Actually, I'm going to take a look and make sure that that's the. I actually have the Audible, and I'm checking in my phone. Yeah, Trading for a Living by Elder. I think it's Alexander Elder. And I think that's the one where the dude came here from Russia, like with no money, and taught himself about trading, and then put himself through school. And I think that's the one where he's a shrink. Wow, we are just consolidating. There's nothing going on this afternoon that I'm aware of. Oh, okay, so we're building this consolidation, so we can go anywhere with this, man. And it looks like we're heading for the... I mean, the momentum's fading off. It looks like we're heading for the break of this low. The break of that 22 might be a move. I'm not really feeling it. Coming into that cloud on the 2-minute. That could demonstrate some support, some resistance on the move. QQQ is ETF for the NASD. It's a tech ETF. So it moves along with NASDAQ. Did I say NASD? It moves along with the composite of NASDAQ. The Russell, IWM, I think, is the ETF of the NASDAQ for the Russell. But I know Russell has options, too, if you wanted to trade that. I don't know if the composite has options. Let me take a look. Oh, hitting the wrong keyboard. No, I don't see any options on the composite. Yeah, I love me some option plays. Yeah, man. So you could play the options on the QQQs, or you can go long the QQQ. It doesn't move as aggressively as the market does. I think it's like moves 1/10 what the market does. Deep out of the money, huh? Loop and loop. Good to see you rearing your head. You can see on the 2-minute, we're kind of respecting that cloud right there. And that's forming up our support. So we have a support line right here. We could break that, and that could be the afternoon breakout, move to the downside. Momentum is, I mean, it's working its way down, but it seems kind of flat. The 5-minute's very bearish. So it's kind of lending towards the idea that it's going to break that line and make a move down. So that could give us a run. If it breaks that, the target could very well be that 212. So that's a nice move, man. That's like 10 ticks right there, 10 sticks. So if anybody's paper trading or trading, you might want to take that break right there. Fits the criteria. The 5 minutes negative. Boink. I think I'm going to take a little right there. Oh, get me in. Come on, fade back, man. All right, cool. Cool. I'm just going to take a little taste. Risking less than $1. It's not getting aggressive. Got a bear flag building on the 1 minute. that flag triggers, I'm going to move my stop down. That's rolling around. Yes. What you gonna do, Mr. Market? I don't like that 2 minutes turning around. I'm closing this. Oh, it's closing me. All right, I'm out of that. I lost 30 cents. Oh, don't turn around. I hate when that happens. I just don't like that momentum. The 30-second looks like it's rolling around. The 2 minute looks like it's rolling around. Oh, look at that. Tell me it was a good choice. 5 minutes still bearish. Could be a bear flag, but I don't want to stick around for it. Buying the dips is my favorite strategy. Yeah, I like buying dips. But are you saying on intraday or buying market dips? Deep out of the money options. Hey, what'd you say? Your buddy is pretty good with Elliott Wave, but sometimes he's on point with it, and we hit big. Yeah, well, yeah, you know what? It's low risk. Oh, you son of a Siberian snake charmer, you. Oh, look at that 2 minute. Looks real negative now. But that 30-second looks like it's just making a bottoming pattern. What's going on over here in the composite? Russell's turning around. Yeah, I don't see any energy here. I still think I might have made a good decision closing that out. Certainly not behaving how I want to see it behave. Yep, I would have been stopped out if I stayed in it. All right, cool. Small price to pay. So it didn't behave well, and the momentum started turning, and I decided to close it, and I think I took like 30 cents hit per contract, so $30 per contract. No big deal. Small price to pay to check the theory. But, I mean, I would have taken the full hit if I wrote it out. So understanding how a break works and how your market works is important because it could mitigate your damage. And so my original stop was at 21.94. Right, and we took the break, so it was almost $2. So I took a $200 loss and turned it into less than a $30 loss per contract, because we just have rules and we know how things work, and and that the break of that, it should have just run. All right, so we could say this is a head, this is a shoulder. It's very, very sloppy, but we'll see if it trades back down there and makes another. Although this is high right here. I don't know. You could just look at it as a double bottom with a divergence. And really, we're just jumping back up into this this channel we've made. It's even hard to plot it when the market is just this boring and choppy. And tomorrow's triple witching, is it not? Is tomorrow the last Friday of the month? No, tomorrow's not last Friday of the month, dude. Next week is the last Friday of the month. Oh no, the third Friday of the month. Yeah, that's tomorrow. All right. Should be triple witching. So I guess everything's erratic going into that. I'm feeling sleepy. Everybody feeling sleepy with this market today? An hour and 15 minutes. I'm just hoping it just doesn't get blown up. I mean, we're only down $0.50 on the S&P. So, obviously, the Treasury didn't cause any fears. And today, Yellen spoke. And the Feds didn't really change any mood on the market. Nobody's really crazy. I don't know that any news is coming up that that anybody's waiting for right now. So we don't have to worry about the market getting bloody, I think. But it might just be boring for the summer. So in a boring market, the income trades work, and the spreads work, and instead of chasing ideas, just get that steady income. And as long as you're making money every day, then you're very confident in your trading, and you take good trades, and you have staying power. Why does my music keep cutting out? Unless my bud is battery died. Metallica. I'm not in the head for Metallica. Let's get some blues going. So every time I do the end of the day wrap up, I always forget to hit the mute. I must do it like 4 or 5 times, man. Like I spend like a half hour, 40 minutes sitting here, or even more. They're like 10 minutes a clip. It could take me like an hour, and I'm sitting here and I'm constantly going over this thing because I keep forgetting to hit the mute. Newbie YouTuber. Quad witching, is it? Quad witching. They probably added contracts since my day, because that was never an expression that we used when I was in industry. Quadruple witching. Yeah, I think they added weeklies since my day. Where did we put that line? I think it was on the 2-minute chart. Oh, that's the one that look at that, huh? That's the trade I was in. And it got all whippy. Well, I guess it's not even running right now. But sometimes it bees that way. So I'm just watching the market, watching the moves. So the way it's having a hard time here, it seems like this is more the move it's going to retrace, you know, because it's having that hard time around that 38. So that's why I kind of shortened that up. It doesn't really have the energy to make that run. So you could be looking at 27 for the target if it keeps running. The momentum seems like it's kind of flattening out. And that's on the 2-minute, right? So we don't even have to look at the 1-minute. Although, why does the 1-minute look? It's interesting. The 1-minute looks a little more, well, if it turns right here, it's starting an upward trend. It's just weak. It's just not telling us anything. I mean, we're actually looking for a trade right now, which just doesn't work. So we should put this away and speak about the finer things in life. Nah, you didn't miss anything. Yeah, you missed me take a little trade and then close it out for like a 30-cent per contract loss. And really, I wasn't too encouraged, so I did a really small position. So it was really nothing. And yeah, you know, the trades we did this morning and lunchtime, if you were around, those were good movers. So I mean, what I gave back, I think I gave back less than $100 in total. It's just yeah, you know, not showing any follow through, and then it's whipping back. So it's just not a good trading environment right now. And we're talking about it's 3 o'clock. So yeah, you know, normally I don't even take trades around here, but this is where people come in and start whacking the market. I mean, yeah, you know, for the past month or so, that's what it's been looking like. You know, they step in here and they either force it up or force it down. And this is, yeah, you know, mostly pro traders and institutions around this hour, just, you know, cleaning their books or taking positions. There it goes, making another push down. And we still have an hour, man. We could close down 40 or 50 points. Not impossible. What is that data box? Oh, that's interesting. Data. Get out of there. I'd just rather do that. Zoinks. Yeah, everybody's rolling into tech, man. That's what it looks like. It looks like that fear is gone, and people are looking forward to the opening of the economy. I think between the Fed and the Treasury, people are pretty confident that they're going to be able to control this inflation. And I bet it was Tepper, too. He came out and kind of said that he has no fear about inflation and feels the economy is strong enough to handle it. You know, the guy who runs the Tepper Fund, and he's old school. He's been around for quite some time, so he has good insight. You're up 92.50. Oh, okay. I thought you were still in a position and up 92.50. I got you. You're up 92.50 for the day. Yeah, man. Good for you. Good. That's why you do it. You know, just like I said, work on the consistency and work on the discipline. And when you're comfortable, turn that into hard cash. Gets very quiet towards the end of the day. And all the markets are doing the same thing. They're just kind of just chopping around a little bit, you know, not really giving us any direction. Very interesting. Can't even get a feel for how they're going to close. I would just love to see that turn into a nice hammer. Hammer. Yeah, he took a couple of good trades on 10 contract units and netted himself out a nice move. Are you asking me if I play chess, Nicholas? I'll just assume that you are. Yeah, I was taught to play when I was young, and I used to play a little bit when I was young, but I don't really play now. And then I don't know if you got the point, but I was a workaholic, so that's all I did. Really, from the time I was out of high school, and that's all I was about. So, so I didn't have much time for that and travel, man. I always traveled. Yes, sir. Yeah. So, yep, a little bit of chess and really, yeah, you know, I mean, probably as much as the average guy. But anything else, I mean, I was just all about work. Work. The whole idea of business and finance and money, it just makes me salivate, you know, and I can get lost in it, lost in the thought, the concept, in the practice and reading about it. When I was 7 years old, I had a penny saver route. And I've always done something to hustle up money. I used to fix bikes as a kid. when I got out of high school, I had a gas station, and I was there all the time. And I built up the shops and everything like that, and got the contract from all the companies or businesses around me. And I traded the fuel for cost for their service for the mechanics. And the weekends, I just used to have parties in the back of the shop because I wanted to be at the shop and, run the station and keep an eye on the station. And, a lot of my friends were grease monkeys too. So, if there were cars in the shop, sometimes they bang cars out and we'd get trashed right in the shop. And I was 19, so, it was like just a safer, easier bet to be at my station than run around to bars and stuff like that. And we used to stay there until 3, 4, 5 in the morning, just partying and working on cars, rebuilding each other's cars. Just work. Loved it. So anyway, that's that's my life, my hobbies, everything. Just going back and forth and back and forth. Yo, Amazon is up $67, man. $67. And it still looks choppy. I mean, how did it play out? Where's the move? No, you know what? It just worked its way. Here's one expansion right here. But other than that, it just kind of chopped its way and ground its way up. What's this move? 57 to 69. I mean, there's a 10-point move right there. Just grinding its way up. What are they going to do to the market into the close, ladies and gentlemen? How the hell could you afford to buy a gas station or have the credit at that age to finance one? That's so awesome. Actually, while you guys were children, I was the Darth Vader Underoos guy. So it's not even on the internet, so I know nobody could track me down like that. But yeah, I used to like to act, and when I was 12 years old, or 11, I think maybe, I saw this ad on TV. Not an ad, actually. It was Entertainment Tonight, and they were interviewing a modeling agency. And they're agents, and they handled models and actors and stuff like that. And I used to love to act. I used to be in all the school plays. So I was upstairs and went into my mother's room and called the radio station to get the number of the agent. And then I got the number of the agent, and I got an appointment for them to see me. And I went downstairs and told my parents, and they kind of, pacified me and like, all right, we'll look into it. I'll maybe next week we'll see if we can, get in touch with them. And I said, well, I already did. And I have an appointment this day, but I need somebody to drive me. So, so they took me down, and they liked me and gave me a job, and I was working right away. I was doing a lot of print and stuff like that. Yeah, like Alexander's and Lord and Taylor's and Eddie Bauer. And then I hooked a few commercials, did some Burger King commercials and stuff like that. And I did that until I was 15, and I made a few bucks doing that. When I was 15, I discovered girls, and I didn't want to go into the city and work anymore. I wanted to hang out after school and play with the girls. And I certainly don't regret that decision. So that's how I put together the money to buy the gas station. So back in the day, when I was a kid, driver's licenses were paper. And I got my permit, and I shaved off the date and made myself older. So when I got my license actually read that I was much older. So when I was 17, I think it read that I was 21. So when I was 19, it read that I was 23. And I was able to buy the gas station. And the gas station wasn't very expensive because it was just gas pumps. It had the bays, but it didn't have the business. And I actually bought it from the gas company. Not bought it, but yeah, I got the rights to it. So I rented the property, and they gave me the franchise. And it was actually Power Test, which was owned by Getty. And Leibowitz lived not too far from the gas station. And Leibowitz was the guy who owned Getty. And so anyway, I got the station really cheap. And then I built the shops in there. I built the mechanical business in there. So the banks didn't give me money. I had my own money. The only slick, quick talking I had to do was to get I had it was like 80,000 gallons of gas. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But they actually filled the tanks, and I paid them afterwards. So that was the biggest expense. And then, that's it. Boom. I went to work, and I hit up all the people with fleets, cars and truck fleets, and told them I'll give you my gas for cost if I could have your service business, maintain your trucks and stuff. And I used to keep diligent records on them so that I could call them and be like, yo, dude, you need an oil change. And a lot of these places had 4 or 5 different trucks. So became pretty good. And all my buddies grew up building cars and working in gas stations and things like that. So they all came and helped me run the station. They were all pumping gas and, fixing cars and swinging trannies and stuff like that. And that was it. It just took off. It took off. And then I had the opportunity to sell the business, and I did. I sold the business. That was my first real formal business. I mean, aside from that, I used to, do body work when I was in high school, fix cars. I used to sell cigarettes, because you couldn't buy cigarettes. And that's right in the transition. Like when I was real young, you can get them from the vending machines, or they just sold them over the counter to you. But then the law changed to 21 and over. So, all the young smokers were jonesing. And hey, you see a void in the market, you got to fill it. That's how I pulled off the gas station thing. So anyway, I worked very aggressively, and I think the station did like 30,000 gallons a month. And because of my efforts, and I kept it open all night because we would just hang out and party there, I got it up to 80,000 gallons. And actually, as it was climbing, Leibowitz used to pull into the station because he was always impressed that, I was open before the sun was up. So he used to pull in and talk with me and everything, and he made a deal. He said if I got it to 80,000, he'll flip it from Power Test to Getty, because Power Test owns Getty and Leibowitz owned Getty. Getty owns Power Test and Leibowitz owns Getty. I don't know if it's the case now, but that was quite some time ago. So I did get it to 80,000 gallons, and we literally cut that deal on the hood of his car. With a cup of coffee and a cigarette in our hand, just hanging out, rapping. He was an old man, but he was a workaholic too, and he just kind of dug that in me. So, so he flipped it into a Getty station, and then the value of the station just skyrocketed when he did that, and I ended up selling it for a nice piece of change. So that's how I pulled off the gas station scenario. So my fake ID that everybody uses to get into bars, I used to buy a gas station. But I think legally you could sign contracts at 18, but I don't think anybody would have respected that. But you know what? A fistful of cash and a ID saying you're 23 and everybody's down. So, yep, dude, I got lots of stories, man. That's why if you don't know me, a lot of people look at me cross-eyed. But Hey, my buddies were there. They saw the whole thing. I mean, the whole thing meaning my life. But when I was younger, I love movies. I love action-packed movies. And I've always said to myself that when I die and my life flashes before my eyes, it better be better than any movie I ever saw. So I kind of live by that. So, and the key to that is just yes. YES. Whatever it is, yes. I think I had said before that things come into your life for a reason. People come into your life for a reason. And you just have to be receptive to it. And then your path works, and you get things done and things happen. So, everybody out there, man, just remember, yes, somebody passes you and smiles at you. There's a reason. He's come into your life for a reason. Find out what that is. Don't chase his ass down the road and be a stalker, but, say hello back, smile back, and see where it leads. Sometimes it's just to brighten your day, and sometimes there's a message in it. And I know that sounds really weird, but I wholeheartedly believe it. Even me streaming right now, somebody who I trust came to me and made the suggestion, and I was just receptive to the idea, given where it's coming from and things of that nature. And it's actually turned out to be a pleasurable experience so far. So that's it. And one thing I teach my kids too, I don't care what you do. I don't care what your measure of success is. When you die, have stories. Because that's all you really have. All the material stuff comes and goes, rusts and breaks. But the stories, they're there forever. I'm just watching this market. You can see that nice pullback with that bear flag. I didn't take it because I'm just out of the head. But you see, as far as a bear flag, nice pull, nice pull, nice pull, all these strong pull-ups, a little retrace, and then boom, that's where you enter on that break. And away this bad boy goes. And it looks like they're going to give us a really nice hammer for the day, which will set the mood for tomorrow. I would like to see that hammer close right there. And I'm going to be crazy biased tomorrow looking for a bull trade. A bull trade. And what do we have? That's not even down day, man. This is 1 day trending down, 2 days trending down. I mean, it's not uncommon to get 3 trending days, but with that hammer, I got to think that this baby is going to push up on tomorrow. And what does it look like closing the week? Still a hammer, right? I mean, it's red and it'll be cool. I don't think it may flip tomorrow, man. Could you imagine another hammer on the week? I mean, that's just to the moon. Speaking of to the moon, AMC didn't quite break that. The Russell turned around, is taking off. Composites taking off. S&P's taking off. Basically, this is telling you that the smart money in the street, and we're not closed yet. We still have 45 minutes. We could get smacked down. But if it continues like this, the smart money in the street is kind of demonstrating that they have confidence in the economy going forward. You guys get a story out of me, you distract me. I had a social studies teacher, a Vietnam vet, and the guy was a little fruity, but he loved to talk about Vietnam. Not fruity like anything other than he was just out of his mind. And if we didn't want to do work, which when does a kid ever want to do schoolwork, we would get him talking about Vietnam. And he would tell stories about his time in Vietnam, and we'd just sit there all day listening to these stories, which they were always good stories. But that I mean, it seems like that's what happens here. You guys get me talking on something, and then I forget that I'm actually a trader, that I trade for a living. I should just get a podcast and be a storyteller. Maybe I'll get a bikini, and I'll put a camera on. It'll be Dave in a bikini telling stories. And I'll get a duck. Dave with a duck in a bikini telling stories. Look how it's respecting that trend line that we put in over there. Nope, about to pop it through it. That's not a tradable trend line. It's just coincidental. We probably put it in right there. You see that little trend, we were talking about that earlier. So we put that in, and you could see how it just respected it. And it's consolidating a little bit on that line. But again, that's not something that's tradable. It's just the psychology interests me. And I would imagine that has something to do with algorithms, because I don't think any chart plotter is doing that. Nobody who sits there and is running lines to find entries is doing that. So I think that it probably has a consistency with some algorithm that somebody's running. If you don't know what an algorithm is, it's just certain rhythms that computer trading would use. So there are a lot of electronic traders. That S&P vertical line, no banana hammocks. Oh, no banana hammocks. Yeah. Nah, just a nice bikini. So just imagine. I think this station cost me about 10 grand to get involved in that thing, and that was back in the day. But around that time, the average income was the same that it is now, or maybe a little bit less. So that goes to show you, like an automobile. A $12,000 or $15,000 car was an expensive car, a really nice car. It just kind of shows you that what the quality of life has turned into. Because a decent car is like 60 grand, and the average income of America is relatively the same as when a car was like $12,000. A new car. A Mitsubishi. Are they even around anymore, Mitsubishi? So there's that double top. You could see the rollover of the momentum, and it's trading off. And what do we got? Oh man, didn't I just say we have 45 minutes left? Now we have 43 minutes left. Oh my God. Does this move up hold? That's the question, because that's a real good looking day bar, man. I would love that, a close of the day on a bar like that. I mean, it's just getting ready for your trade, Unless it gaps up and then takes the legs out from under us by doing that. All the markets look identical, all trading the same. So we needed to turn and break the high right here. And SPX is up 4 sticks for the day. And that's not the high of the day either. And it looks like it's bumping against the 8-day moving average, which makes sense. That's usually a good resistance or support. $31.61. Come on, let's see it. Break it. If it breaks that 8-day, then you can be pretty confident in a bearish move tomorrow. I mean, that hammer is making me very confident, although the momentum isn't quite turning. I think I really want to go take a shower. Mitsubishi makes TVs, the car company? The reason I ask is, I had a conversation with my friend at the time. We were talking about his car and the cost, and I recall that. I somehow keep pausing this and getting behind. Well, stop it, Ant. Stay current, man. You're like 80% of my content. Mm-mm-mm-mm. So now we're just seeing how we close. They started out making airplanes and heavy machinery. Yeah, I think I recall seeing some excavators that were Mitsubishi. Boy, I'll tell you, this little desktop I put together really doing the trick, man. Maybe I'll cancel that computer I ordered. Nah, I need something something light and convenient and mobile. Gotta lug this big bad boy down to the boat. Any of you guys remember boom boxes back in the day? Guys walking around the city with those suitcase-sized radios on their shoulder. That's what I'm going to be like lugging this computer around. With my LL Cool J blasting. So what are you doing? You're showing us a double top. And actually, I'm just going to point it out so everybody's eye goes to it. And we've talked about it so much. But here's a high on the price action. And then if you look, you could see the momentum fading off. And that's a good double top. And if you were to take the entry, it would trigger right here. So it trades off and it breaks this low. And that's where you take the entry. Late in the day, I mean, it's not a trade I'm looking to take right now. But that's how you would do it. You could see it better like that. There you go. So you could see the fading of the momentum, and then that tells you, boom, it's just fading off. I'm yawning. I need some water. Water. So I ate some water. I drank some water, ate a couple of oranges and a tangerine while we've been going through this to keep my blood sugar up. Did anybody hear me consuming? I just want to know if it's coming across on the mic, because that would drive me nuts if I had to listen to that. So I just want to make sure I'm not doing that. Kids still walk around with boom boxes. Oh, do they really? I didn't know that. I mean, yeah, everything's so small, yeah, and then, I mean, now I get my music off of my phone, Right now I got a bud in my ear, and I got a little blues playing. I'm actually listening to Tinsley Ellis. And ironically enough, the song is Time to Quit. Well, coincidentally enough, my wife just got her first chia pet. Really? It's Bob Ross. Ha. Yeah, Chia Pet. That's funny. I remember that. That's when times were simpler, man. Like my kids never even saw payphones. And when they were younger, I have an old rotary phone in my room on my end table. You know, the big old black ones with the like is that huge cord and everything, and the cord is like a cloth cable. And they used to love to go call their grandmother from that rotary phone. Chia Pets and rotary phones, simpler times. I can't hear you chew or anything, but I hear you pick up a bottle of some sort. Sounds like a metal water bottle or something, if that helps. Well, it's actually a glass water bottle. Yeah, that helps. I don't think you would mind that, but I don't think you want to hear me chewing and swallowing. Or I would rather not hear me chewing and swallowing. Oh, look at that. Our viewers are dropping off as I'm having this conversation. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm boring everybody. We're just waiting for the market to close to see how it closes. We're just burning hours with each other right now. Oh, my God. 33 minutes left. Like, yo, time's not moving. And it's just keeping us vulnerable. So that made a little lower low right there. So, yeah, you know, we could just say we're bullish on the bearish on the market as long as it stays below that line. Oh, we're taking a bearish posture as long as it stays below that line. It's got to pop above that line. You could argue a bear flag on the 5-minute. You know, this would be a flag. This is the pull. It's a bit of a retrace. You don't really want to see it. You probably want to just see it go right there. So it's a little too aggressive a retrace. But it's still possible because it's late in the day, so things are a little overly aggressive on the patterns. But it's important that you keep reading the market like that, looking for the flags, looking for the tops. It's not important that you take them all, but look for the qualities of them. And the more you do that, the easier it becomes to read the market, and you could choose your entries and exits. Tell me what you're going to do. Quiet, quiet, quiet day. Oh, I think I like that. Oh. Yeah, caller ID. Yeah, I remember that. Remember the first speaker phones? Those big speakers, and they sat on the desk. Yeah, and the caller ID. Or just remember life without caller ID. You had to actually answer the phone to find out who it was. So yeah, tonight's video is just going to be a wrap up. Talk about the bar. We'll look at a few securities and things of that nature. I think we might look at Bitcoin futures too. Keep an eye on that market and see what it looks like, if it's tradable for us. So, we'll take a look at the AMC for you guys who have an interest in it. BB, CLOV, and just do a wrap up. There's really not much in the news to talk about. Yeah, getting a busy signal. Yeah. Yeah, and then they came in with the call waiting. That was something. Kids today, they can't even make phony phone calls, I mean, yeah, tell me that's not like a rite of passage, growing up. So you could see that little trend line I put in there on the 30-second, and it's just interesting how it popped in, trade back, popped in, trade back. So it was just kind of testing it. And really, if you traded that break, it'll probably just bang you out because it's getting whippy, and now it's making the proper move up above it. Yeah, and I'm not going to see that trade. No. Oh, we still got a half hour, man. I mean, it's not even like the day's done. We have no idea what this is going to look like at the close. And you remember the value of a phone call? Like, you would never go to a friend's house and make a long distance call or something, or even ask to use the phone. Yeah, that was money. But that's back in a time when you didn't pay for your TV shows and radio was free. The only thing sucking some cash out of your pocket was your telephone and your electricity. Now you even have subscriptions for your software. Crazy. Really? Wow. CDs and records, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I had to go out of my way to get a record player and show that to my kids. And even a typewriter. I mean, they were pretty old and really not aware of a typewriter. So I made it a point to find one of those that they could enjoy for all of 10 minutes. So yeah, different times, man. And then you sit back and I remember the stories my parents tell me, and my grandparents, and my father being one of the first families in the neighborhood to have a TV, and then telling me stories about listening to the radio, like Artie Murray, I think it was, or something he used to listen to. And here we are talking about telephones, man. Or even, archaic is the big cell phone that looked like a suitcase or a small briefcase. Vepco? I'm not familiar with that. Oh, Bell Atlantic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what it was. It was Ma Bell. You know, that's what AT&T and all Verizon, they broke up Ma Bell because it had a monopoly. But yeah, Ma Bell. Bell Atlantic. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, they tell me stories too, like in Brooklyn, like yeah, you know, maybe one or two families had a car on the block. And really, where I grew up in Brooklyn when my grandfather was a kid, was considered the country. As a matter of fact, it was referenced on, I think it was Honeymooners or something. But, you know, they kind of called it the country, you know, out in Brooklyn. And my father tells me stories of Brooklyn that had like, yeah, you know, like grass fields, and he lost a friend when he was younger to quicksand in one of the fields. I mean, it was just pure city when I was there. And my grandfather tells me stories of Little Italy and swimming in the Hudson. Now you'd get toxic shock syndrome. Or he did tell me stories. Look at that. Now we're back up at the highs, but not the high of the day yet. No. Yeah, we need that kind of space and simple lifestyle with our technology. If we could couple those two, which is what actually I'm trying to do here in my space, but if we can couple those two, it would be a good life. Man, oh man, Amazon up 74 points, and it was actually 10 points higher. 84-point run. Composites up 141. Yep, everybody's just rolling out of the conservative stocks, rolling back into the growth stocks. It's a good sign. Nope, and there she goes. Run, run, run. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get that hammer. Well, but we still have 20 minutes. Anything can happen. Oh, we still have a couple of people online too with us, huh? Enjoying our rhetoric, our jibber jabber. I wonder if that drought is going to work its way across the country. I know it usually stops about in the Midwest. I could do without some hurricanes, I'll tell you that. Go, baby, go, baby, go. That's it. We're making a new high. I do believe. Yeah, we're testing the high. 231.57 is the high of the day. Wow, wow, wow. That's a good correction, man. That makes a move for a good move up. Makes some room for a good move up. There's our hammer, ladies and gentlemen. Still 20 minutes, but if it closes like that, it's going to be pretty decent. It's actually finding a little resistance on the 8-day, and that's 32.28. So if we bust that, we're busting the we have to bust the high to break that. We break that 8-day moving average, it's very likely that we move up aggressively tomorrow. And there she goes. So we're making a new high for the day. Oh, and it got rejected. A little too ugly. Oh, the humanity. What's AMC doing? Oh. Everybody go take a look and see if Matt is red-faced. It's not a bad move up. It's a day you can be thankful for. What are you doing, Dave? Oh, that's not a good looking bar. So everybody, what's your favorite Led Zeppelin song? No, I'm not. These obviously are just regular candles, and these are these are open high-low candles, or open high-low bars. So the little tick on the left side is where the bar opens, and the one on the right side is the close. So you can see, and that's just, yeah, you know, that shows a doji right there. This one opened down here and closed up there. And obviously the bar turns red when it's below the open. But those are open, high, low. And a lot of traders use that. I mean, it's the same, but, yeah, you know, most people are accustomed to the candlesticks. And I like the candlesticks better. It's just a little clearer. You know, like it, if you look at this chart, let me just get rid of this AMC 60-minute. Yeah, you know, if you look at this chart right here, it's really hard to tell the open and close. Yeah, you know, I mean, if it's green, you know, it's up. If it's red, it's down. But it's just clearer for me for a candlestick. I know a lot of traders that trade off of the open, high, low, close, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sure if I watched it long enough, it would just, my eye would just be accustomed to it. But I just think I have a better quality of life with a candlestick. Achilles' Last Stand. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. You know what? My favorite Led Zeppelin song is whichever one comes on spontaneously when you're listening to the radio. I like Hey, Hey, What Could I Do? Yeah, Queen's phenomenal. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I mean, there's a lot to be said for Queen and Freddie Mercury. But yeah, I mean, Led Zeppelin. There was a station on Long Island that Used to play, I think, 7 Led Zeppelin songs in a row every night, and the DJ was this chick with a real sultry voice, and she used to say, "It's time to get the lead out." And my friends and I mean, we would be sitting in a closed gas station, leaning on our car, drinking beers, and that would be jamming in the background. You know, on a summer night, that's the good life. Nowadays, you got headphones on, you're sitting before a computer talking to your buddies, playing video games. Yeah, Freddie is the Mayor. Stairway to Heaven. Yeah, that's a good tune, Stairway to Heaven. Yeah. They're all good, man. But the spontaneous one is always the best. Like when you don't expect it and you're driving and the radio station hits you up with a little Zeppelin. That's, you got to love that song right there. Um, 102.7 W. I think that they broadcast in New York and Boston. I remember them when they used to go through the call letters. They would say where they broadcast. So it was probably the same. It was probably the same station doing it. Kashmir, yeah, Kashmir is a really good one. I can't imagine which one's a bad one. All right, we're making another move for the high, man. And what do we got? Oh, we're coming into the last 10 minutes. This is where it turns around, just pokes us in the nose. Hopefully it breaks that high. I'd like to see it break that that 8-day EMA and close up above that. That would be very encouraging. Give me something to talk about, at least in my end of the day wrap up. And there it goes. Make the move, make the move, make the move. Stairway to Zeppelin, huh? Yeah, I guess it was a different station. These guys used to say, "Get the, you know, it's time to get the lead out." Oh, come on. We don't want to hear red bars. 10 minutes, anything could happen. So if everybody likes to hear me reminisce, hit the subscribe, hit the bell, hit the like, throw me a chat, spread the word. You could hit up the Cash App, which absolutely nobody uses that, and throw us a couple of dollars. Oh, look at that bad boy go. Oh, man, now it's just getting crazy, erratic. Everybody's just cleaning up their books. Ah, come on, that's so ugly. Don't give us an ugly bar to close with. Ugly, ugly, ugly. How about Alice in Chains? Anybody like them? That song Don't Follow with some crazy harmonica in it. Oh, really? Streetwalkers and IG models use. All right. Well, at least I know I could ply their trade. Cash app. That's cool. See, I'm gonna take that up with the dude who told me to put it up there. Streetwalkers. I thought that guy was kind of a pimp. Oh, come on, man. We were all so happy with you up there. Go up, go up, go up. Yeah, I think that has happened to me. I kind of think more like when I was younger that might have happened to me. But yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time in the car listening to the radio. I mean, I was a young dude. I was about my car. Um, I don't know if it's happened to me as late. But that was a time when the world had a little more mysticism to it. Oh my God, 7 minutes. This is like the longest afternoon ever. Did we take a trade this? Oh yeah, we took that little diddly trade that just snatched up a few nickels and dimes from me. So let's just get an overall picture of what the afternoon looked like. Oh, there was a decent move. That was a nice 10-pointer, but I didn't really see an entry. And at 3 o'clock, I'm not really trading at 3 o'clock. Oh, look, and it's giving it all back. Boo-hoo. Nope. Now it's giving it back again. Six minutes. Mary. Yeah, there's just no orderly trading here. People are just cleaning things up. Yeah, you know what? I make it a habit of wearing computer glasses too. Slowly throughout my career, I had needed glasses for distance, and maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I started wearing computer glasses, and now I no longer need my glasses for distance. So I guess it was just straining my eyes during the day, and then when I was away from the desk and driving, I just couldn't see anything. I couldn't see distance, and now I just don't need them. But I am farsighted, and I'm losing my nearsighted ability. I'm like my grandfather now. Like, what the hell does that say? So yeah, I definitely recommend if you're going to do this, you get a good pair of computer glasses and block out that blue light. I'm actually sitting behind a pair right now. Oh, blimey. Man, you're messing with my hammer. I wanted that nice hammer. It's still not a bad bar for the day. I just wanted the classic hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. We're almost 10 points off of a good hammer. You know, if it closes in a doji, it's kind of iffy. Could have a direction anywhere. I mean, it's a nice tail to the downside. And getting smaller. I mean, 3 minutes, the baby could just nosedive. Yep, yep. I mean, yeah, man, that's all I did, you know, in my mid-20s is just sit behind a screen, mid to late 20s, and just stare at a screen, stare at a screen, stare at a screen. Yeah, they're actually screen blue light filtering glasses. They might have a magnification on them of like 0.25. But I have big old screens in front of me, so even Mr. Magoo could see the charts. No, man, they're going to turn this thing into a doji. Don't break, don't break. Come on, stay up. I mean, we could argue that the Bulls won the day. But it's not closed yet. Oh. Yeah, I think this is going to make another break lower. AMC couldn't quite make that move. I'm looking at a double top on the 60-minute. Can't really make out the momentum right now. Got to expand that chart. It's a wrap, it's a wrap, it's a wrap. 1 minute to closing, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute. Can we move that market 10 points and make a nice hammer in 1 minute? I don't think so. Oh, wow. It's going to be a doji. Probably make that end of the day recording 4 or 5 times because I mess up the mic or what have you. So frustrating. Oh, man. What a shame. Boom. That's it. We're closed. All right. So that was another trading day, and we made a little bit of money, and Anthony had a phenomenal day. Never heard of them before. I have 4 monitor. They're pretty big. And after a while, I get like tunnel vision. It's hard to focus on looking away from the monitor. Yeah, get those. Get the blue light filtering glasses. You can get them on Amazon, and they're good. I even make sure that my girls wear them because you know they're always got their face in a phone screen or a computer screen or something. Excuse me. All right. So I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. And I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. And if you like my rhetoric, make sure you subscribe and hit the bell and hit the like and send me some comments. And check out my EOD, my end of the day wrap-up video tonight. And if you subscribe and hit the bell, it'll give you an indication that I dropped that. So I appreciate it. And I'll be here tomorrow, and we're going to have it... we're going to get it rocking and rolling at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So have a good evening and Get away from the screens. Yep. Have a good evening. Get away from the screens. Enjoy your family, and get a breath of fresh air.